Hey, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the pub. Let's see here. Let me just post something here in chat. I put the link up a little late, so I do apologize about that. I don't think possibly because I put it up so late that people didn't. Hey, Last Dance, what's up, man? Didn't get that 5:30 notice, so that was stupid on my part. I put the link up at like 5:40. Whatever. Was busy doing the I did my tile backsplash today and it turned out nice. Just busy fucking day, man. So I did record a video making a drink last night, but the sound is terrible. Hey, Biscuit, you guys can let me know if you want to hear that or see that video. But just the sound is awful. It was late. I was trying to be quiet, which wasn't good with the kid, so whatever. I'm going to do a quick dead tune, and then we'll get rolling. All right? The timbers of Venerio, the wolves, they run around. The winter was so hard and cold, frost 10 feet deep in ground. Don't murder me, I beg of you, don't murder me. Please don't murder me. When I awoke, the dire wolf, 600 pounds of sin, was grinning at my window, and all I said was, come on in, don't murder me. I beg of you, don't murder me. Please don't murder me. More dead. All right. Last Dance is a deadhead. I love it. All right. So let us recap. Yo, what up, Derek? Play it, fucker. Aphid, do you mean the drink video? I'll play it. It's only 3 minutes. It's just the sound sucks, man. Hey, Sammy Cat. How you doing, sweetie? I'll go fix Sammy Cat's drawer, and that is not code. Hey, Drown Tech. What's up, pal? Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, more dead. Direwolf. I love that tune. It's a good one. Yeah, no problem. I kind of screwed it up, but I was cracking up at Aphid Lips comment. Not sure if he wants the video of the drink or play the tune. Hey, George, what's up? Play the drink video? All right, that's one vote for yes on the drink video. Like I said, they're all only about 3 to 4 minutes long. If you have headphones on, crank the volume. You can pretty much hear about 90% of what I'm saying. It sucks, though, because it's a world-famous drink. Invented at a bar that also invented the Scorpion Bowl, so it's a world-famous bar as well. So yeah, I got one vote for play the drink video. All of a sudden, there's all these fucking guys here at the bottom. But nobody's on camera, so I'm not going to let you guys on unless we have a legitimate human being there. Yep, one guy's a porn guy. Yeah, there's definitely going to be some porn invaders tonight. All right, drink video it is. Let's do it. Screen share. Video file. Where the fuck is it here? 326. Okay, so 326. Crank up the volume, put on your headphones, and here we go. Hello. Welcome to Smokesteve's International Pub. Today, featuring a drink that was invented at a bar/restaurant. The name of was featured in a Warren Zevon song. The song was Werewolves of London, and the drink is a Mai Tai. Okay? So at the bar, in case any of you haven't guessed yet, throw your guesses out now. We'll see it in the comments. 3, 2, 1. Saw a werewolf drinking a pina colada at Trader Vic's. Okay? Trader Vic's was a place that a few different cocktails were invented. Mai Tai, the Scorpion Bowl, as well as a few other lesser known ones. So we're going to make a Mai Tai, one of my favorites. Combination of 2 different rums, light and dark, as well as orgeat. And we also have orange curacao, simple syrup, which I have already in the mixer, and some citrus. Thank you. So we've got about an ounce of simple syrup in here already. To that, we're going to add generous helping of 3 wedges of lime, which would be about an ounce of lime juice. Oh, yeah. When you hit that with a little orgeat or almond syrup, about a tablespoon. Hit that with a little orange curacao. Now we'll start measuring. That would be a little under half a shot, so about, I don't know, about 3/4 of an ounce. Then we go with the clear rum, Cardi, silver, whatever, white, whatever you want to call it. That baby right up to the top. Half shot, so I'm going to double that up. Go ahead and around a little, just combine. So this is unusual in that you shake it first, and put the ice in the cup. You don't strain it because there's nothing to strain. Liquid goes right over the top of the ice. Then we will go ahead and top that with the dark rum. And on the side, a couple of oranges. The original Mai Tai at Trader Vic's. See you downstairs. Damn, that is strong and delicious. Woo! All right, that was it. Good drink. I gotta say, the original Mai Tai is strong as a motherfucker with basically about 2 ounces of rum, 3/4 of an ounce of orange curacao, which has liquor in it, a very small amount of simple syrup, orgeat, which is almond syrup, and lime juice. I mean, it's a straight up killer. But the way they make them now at the Chinese restaurants, they still taste good, but you really want it to be a rum forward drink. It's not supposed to be a cup of tea. Jesus. It's not supposed to be like a sweet drink. It's supposed to be rum forward, rum in the front, you know, like, and it does go good with some nice Chinese, man. Oof. Used to go to a place and get some of those babies with a good buddy of mine. Hopefully he's watching. If you're watching, how do you do, my friend? We had a big, hey, Based Welshman, what's up, dude? We had a big contingency of porn droppers here at the bottom, right out of the gate. They got my ass, like, right, yeah, they did last week. Had to call on old young Alex to save the day on that bad boy. And he did. So I now have decided I can split between young Alex and Graham whenever I fuck up, and then they'll only know that I fucked up half of the amount of times that I actually have, because they don't like have meetings about Smokesteve and his fuck ups. At least maybe I wouldn't imagine that they do. This last Thursday show, pretty good. Pretty sick for a small part of it. But I think that's kind of the direction the big dog's going in these days, and I like it. It's edgy. Yeah, exactly, based. But whatever, it's fucking edgy and extreme, and it goes right along with the fact that that's where he came from originally when it comes to the internet and why people know him. So, yeah. I think we're all going to be a little more used to that sort of thing. This is another joint of the Chronic. I've also got some of this Sunset, something or other Sunset. It's got some strawberry lemonade. I got another chocolate diesel cross. I got some nice bud, man. Hopefully you can get some decent medicine yourself there. That's life, but not as we know it. And on that note, I'm going to bring in Mr. Biscuit Vapes. How you doing, bro?
I'm all right. You, Steve?
I'm good, thanks, man.
Did you have a good week?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I mean, did a little more on the construction side of things for my job, which is always a fun change from fixing stuff, you know. So it was cool to do a little carpentry. Yeah, it was a good week.
My week's been predominantly in dreamland. I slept pretty much 80% of the whole week away. Mm-hmm. So much so I was even 10 minutes late for picking my daughter up on Thursday.
That's the one rule as a parent that like is the biggest nightmare. Either not being there to pick them up, or if the bus is dropping them off, if you got stuck somewhere else or something, there's like nothing that could possibly be worse. But
no, I shat myself out. It was like 6 minutes. I woke up 6 minutes past the time I was supposed to already be there picking her up.
Yeah.
So I jumped on my bike. And I ended up losing my footing and fell over balance. And because I'm so big, I couldn't catch myself. I ended up rolling over, and all chuffing neighbourhood were just laughing at me, chuffing, trying to get back up off the floor. Because I was still tired from sleeping all day. And I was panicked and full of, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, when you got shocked and you just have to do stuff, you get filled with adrenaline. That's the word.
Oh, yeah.
I'm full of adrenaline. My body's just absolutely doesn't want to move. But I'm just full of adrenaline anyway. It just wasn't a good
what did they do? Just kind of one of the teachers or aides just sort of hung around with her and chatted for a few minutes.
Well, the thing is, because to stagger the pickups, the school was going to be open for another half an hour anyway. It was just my pickup time I was late for that.
I got you. Nice one-liner there by Cup of Tea.
Lucky you didn't break the world. Cheers, Cup of Tea.
Yeah, he's good for those. Yeah, well, how any lasting effects from the vaccine, or do you feel like aside from the initial wallop, everything seems fine?
I think lasting effects for me is like I don't know if it's that or I'm just generally not in good health.
Okay.
but I just don't feel great.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, get to what you got to do to improve that.
It
Right?
might have absolutely nothing to do with the vaccine. It
Right.
might just be my weight and not being able to get out. But finally, I'm able to go out, so hopefully it'll improve.
Good. Get some walking in, moving around a little.
I can't even walk further than to the bottom of my garden, and my garden is tiny. And by tiny, I mean smaller than my living room.
Yep. And you do you get tired, or do you get more like joint pain, or a little bit?
I get severe low back pain.
Low back.
So much so that if I don't sit down, I would be screaming in agony within 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Well, that sucks, man. I only wish the best for you. You're a good dude,
That's why I use electric bike. I can just about muster enough not being in too much pain to get the bike out the door, get on the bike, and then I'm fine from there.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to go ahead and add Last Dance of the Living. What's up, dude? How you doing, man?
Good evening, Steve and Biscuit and everybody else.
Last Dance, is that a bit of whiskey?
It's a bit of Malibu coconut rum with a little bit of lime juice and a single ice cube.
A little bit of a cocktail.
Malibu with Myers and ice. Nice. Double rum. It's kind of what the Mai Tai is, but with a few other things added to it. Yeah, cool, man. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm a big fan of rum. So
I was going to say, you guys mentioned that vaccine. I'm someone who really wants to get the vaccine, and I'm kind of jealous because everybody I know is finding some lame excuse or just lying to go and get it, and I'm just not comfortable lying to get it.
Right.
Eventually, I'm going to get pissed off enough that everybody else is getting it that I'll just lie and get it myself.
Mm-hmm.
But surely, I'm not going to presume your age, but I'm guessing you're over 50. Here you would be already offered it.
I'm 58.
Yes, so you are over 50.
And where I am living, it's available for people 65 and older.
Oh, that's bollocks. Here they're already doing over 50s.
Yeah. And then a whole range of other people who can get it for various excuses, some of which are good, but most of which are ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm getting mine because of my severe overweight, which is a factor for this.
Yes, it is.
Also, I'm severely asthmatic as well.
The area I live in has a lot of government employees. I live in the Baltimore, Washington area, and they're all getting the vaccine under the continuity of government excuse, but none of them are really that critical to the continuity.
To be fair, in America, I'm just glad that people are taking it up because a lot of people said they wouldn't.
Yeah, and I never really believed that it would be that high. I mean, we'll have to see. I expect it will be 10% at most that will outright refuse. Do
you think the majority of those that don't take it up were the ones that are actually vocal on social media and on the news?
I bet the ones that are vocal will, in fact, avoid taking it, but that's such a tiny percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you guys think? I mean, I know I'm being a lazy ass for saying it, but that Johnson & Johnson one-time jab sounds pretty good to me, man. Like, I don't know.
I mean, I looked at it. It's not a bad deal. First of all, you have to take all these percentages with a grain of sand because,
I mean, even the Johnson & Johnson, what we have to take a booster, say, next year. Or even when they have to update the vaccine for the new variants.
I hadn't heard that, but they do say that it at least protects you from getting severely ill. If it doesn't give you great protection against getting the virus, it certainly.
Well, I think all of them do that, don't they?
Yeah. The Johnson & Johnson one is supposedly not as effective at keeping you from getting the virus, but it does keep you from getting sick, which is really all you need. And it's pretty good against the virus too. So
I mean, as long as it keeps you from dying of it, then that's the main thing, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the main thing.
It's a bonus if it keeps you out of hospital as well.
Yeah, and I'm sick of being a prisoner in my house. I want
That's right.
to go sit in a coffee shop for a morning without.
I was gonna say it'd be nice to actually have a holiday this summer, but
Yeah,
I've screwed the pooch on that one.
Yeah, I had one nice holiday plan with my girls and in San Diego, and it was canceled because of COVID. So,
that sucks.
Yeah.
Now, like Last Dance, do you say go for walks like around outside? Or you?
I do, and I have, and I started up again. When it got really cold here, I use that as an excuse not to exercise. But we've had some nice stays of 60s and 70s, and I've been out picking it up again.
Do you walk with a mask in your pocket, or on your chin, or on your face?
I walk with a mask in my pocket, and when I'm getting ready to pass somebody, I kind of look and see if they're wearing a mask. I'll put mine on. If not, then I won't bother, because the risk of being outdoors, especially where I walk, is so minor, so small that it's not really worth putting the mask on. But I don't want people to feel uncomfortable. So
I watched a rather funny video of somebody who'd printed like a face mask that's like half his nose and mouth like all showing, but with like a printed fake mask on his chin, so it looked like he'd only got it on his chin, but it's printed over his nose. And he went through a shopping centre and he got some earful off this woman, not 2 feet away from his face, because it looked that realistic.
Yeah, I saw that.
Uh,
I'm wearing a mask. Shut the fuck up. Yeah. She just walked off. Why would you do that?
I gotta admire people like that. I mean, I don't have the courage to do that, but I certainly love people that do.
Yeah, I saw one of just guys were wearing like these face protectors that motocross riders wear, which have absolutely nothing to do with filtering air, but because it covered that part of your face, you could wear it. So there is one loophole, or not loophole.
Well, let's say that you can just wear a scarf wrapped around a couple of times, can't you? You're like, it's better than nothing.
Basically it's a shortcoming, I think, of the whole public health theory of that. Just tell them to wear a mask and that'll help everybody. So, if you're wearing a single layer buff, that's I don't know what kind of a thread count it is, but
that's not going to do much, is it? Just a single layer.
Not at all, man. There's definitely varying degrees,
especially buffs, because the holes in them buffs are they're large.
Yeah, totally.
They're basically more of a net than a material.
Right. And the whole fact that I personally think the ones that don't touch your face, they arch up over your. No, they don't touch your mouth. They don't sit across. Are far more effective. The KN95 or the N95. I can get them in stores up here now. I don't want this to turn into a COVID talk.
The only problem with those masks is that those masks are much needed in hospitals where the virus is more prevalent, don't they?
Yeah, but they're selling them at the Home Depot, so
they're now pretty plentiful, at least over here.
So if they're plentiful, then and they're cheap enough, go for it.
Right, and they're the kind that go behind the ears. I think the hospital ones have to go behind the head.
I'd rather those ones that go around behind your head, because damned are the chafe back of your ears.
Yeah, it's true. The guy I work with doesn't have much ear support, I guess. His ears are weak or something, so his shit is turned out like this.
Mine does that when I wear them. My ears just fold forward. Yeah. They're only just strong enough to hold it back.
Eventually, the ears are going to close, and that thing's just going to snap shut.
It probably improves your hearing, though, because your ears get
folded in. Well, your forward hearing, maybe not your 360 hearing.
That's right.
Yeah, to be like a radar, you have to face it in order to hear.
Like bat's hearing, isn't it? That's directional.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny, man. Like owl. Huh. Well, yeah, it's I just hope that they're saying the numbers in my state are looking great. I don't know about the UK, but I think all of the US, everything's trending in the right direction right now. In Massachusetts, they said the other day there was something like 1,000 new cases and I don't know, maybe 52 deaths in a day and 1,000 new
Do
cases.
you guys get regular reports of the reproduction rate
of human beings?
Yeah, no, the R rate of the virus in your area.
We get reports of the positivity rate.
Oh, so it doesn't get report. What like ours is we do it like the R rate here is between 0.6 and 0.9, I think, or 8.
Less than 1. That's what you want.
And that's right. Less than 1 means it's reducing.
Right. You know, Steve, I've looked at the numbers, and they are trending down very slowly. I would have expected them to be much better at this point, based on the number of people vaccinated, the number of people who have confirmed sickness, and the estimates of the number of people who actually had COVID, which is usually a 3 or 4.
I think your problem last chance is the people that vaccinated. They're the ones that actually hibernated and was safe anyway. The ones that are refusing are the ones that refuse to also stay indoors, and therefore they're getting sick because they're just going to parties and not getting vaccinated.
Here's why I don't find that completely good explanation, because the number of deaths is still staying rather high, and it's really
low here now.
Well, not here. It was much lower last June and July of 2020 than it is now. Even considering the last few days, it's still.
According to our news, it's the lowest since September last year.
I mean, I'm just assuming, without any evidence, that most of the oldest people, the most at-risk people, have been vaccinated, and yet
here, I think everyone has been at least offered a vaccine at the age of 60 and above.
Yeah, you're 65 and above.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a lot of people in that age group that are turning it down? Or
no, it's 95% of people have taken it.
I'm not
above that age group,
and I'm not sure how it is in the U.S. I really don't know.
And now, would having COVID achieve the same thing as getting the vaccine? Having had the virus?
I would have thought so, but being in the elderly group, you would probably die of it when you've got it.
That's not true.
Actually,
is it not?
Most elderly people recover from it.
Are they?
Yeah, I mean, the death rate is very, very, very small, and it's true that the oldest people are more likely to die. But even then, it's not like the death rate is 60% or something like that. So
might be 2% or so for very old, but I mean. Like I've said it before, but my dad had it. He's 85, and he recovered after about 13 days of a cold, a medium cold.
It's not necessarily a death sentence at them ages.
No, but he walks 2 miles a day. He's in pretty good shape, and I think he got it with the honor guard. They were doing a funeral or something.
He walks,
He's a national cemetery. I think he's the gun guy.
Sounds like he's in better shape than I am. So
yeah. He's
in better shape than me.
Yeah, I mean, he's in damn good shape. I think he ran the Boston Marathon for the last time when he was like 60. So,
wow.
Yeah, he's a rare. He was like me, I'd say, till he was about 44, with a lot of drinking and stuff. But then he kind of changed his ways. So
yeah, based Welshman is very, very skeptical, and I respect him. He has a lot of reasons that he gives, good reasons for his skepticism.
Yeah. He's I mean, there's certain reasons for it. I wasn't aware of that with the European countries that have banned the vaccine. More info based. Do you know?
Is life as we know it saying that Biscuit's blind? With the monkey face. Is that blind? I can't quite see it.
It's like the see no evil. He's saying see no evil.
I think he's saying I'm blind.
Yeah, a couple up above, he's saying Biscuit is the ideal sheep. So yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Steve, I'd heard that there were some reports of bad reactions to the AstraZeneca vaccine, and then I read that some countries had banned the AstraZeneca one for the moment. You know, I don't know.
That's the one I had.
Yeah, I had heard that. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'll get it. I'm still on the fence, but I just don't know. I'm not skeptical of it. I just don't know if I want to willingly take something that's gonna possibly at least make me sick for a day and a half.
Yeah, I mean that's a consideration. A lot of people get sicker from the vaccine than they likely would have gotten sick from the actual virus.
Right.
People who are pro-vax will tell you basically, make you believe you're like scum or a moron for even questioning it. And I definitely, it's my choice. I want to take it. I'm not afraid of the vaccine risks, and I am afraid of COVID, perhaps irrationally afraid of COVID, I admit. And so I'd be much more comfortable to get a vaccine. But yeah, even then I'm worried about that day or two when you supposedly can get very, very, very strong flu-like symptoms. I don't want that. But
yeah, exactly. Right.
Yeah, I got very, very strong flu-like symptom of it was like an uncontrollable shiver. Like when you get like a serious infection and your body just starts shaking violently. I was bedridden for a full day.
I wonder if this is the old dude that we knew from Live Leak. Probably not, but whoever it is at least knows of him.
That's right. They know the name.
Yeah.
Well, I'd love to talk to that guy if it's really him.
He was from what I understand,
it's not him. I doubt it's him. He would no longer use that username anymore.
Okay. Is that right? Too much connotation would be associated with it, possibly, or just whatever. Yeah, I hear you.
The problem is I'll just say that's a lot of personal information in his username there. That was his first mistake. He made on Live Leak, was using that username.
Okay. Right. Yeah, I always just assumed it was a dig on like a fucking McDonald's or something like that, like the American culture of big shit and bigger and everything.
It's just the opposite.
That's funny, man. Okay. Was he the cat who he was, right? Who got on the news for like filming a woman running in the canyons?
No. That was Gord Evans.
Okay. They're easy to confuse. They kind of looked alike, I think.
I don't think Gort would be happy if you confused him with McGran.
Okay.
I mean, they're both characters that made original content for Live Leak.
I think they both had mustaches.
Yeah.
I think that's why I'm confusing them.
Gort is, at least 20 years younger than.
One of them lived in, like, I thought it was Fort Lauderdale or Daytona.
That's McGran. He lives in Fort Lauderdale.
I see. All right, cool. Because he would film from his place and film the beaches and shit. Yeah.
Gort lives, I think, in California.
Exactly.
Yeah, Gort put that balaclava on, and
that's what it was.
He kind of had that distant shot of the woman, and he really did a great job. He kind of zoomed in a little so it looked creepy, and then he turned it to look at himself, and it's this creepy guy in a balaclava, and he made his eyes big like that. It was awesome. It was just awesome, and of course, people overreacted. The cops ended up coming to his house and harassing him.
Right. I guess they were questioning him because they weren't sure of his motive.
It made national news. I saw it on like the CBS Evening News or something.
That's crazy. I didn't know it went national, but
it was amazing. It was.
I know it made
really
the news.
Amazing.
Yeah, that was wild, man. Guy. was just trying to make the content for a couple thousand people to watch.
Exactly.
Hilarious.
Gord is both Gord and McGrand, I find very interesting guys. Unfortunately, McGrand he just went down the rabbit hole in the wrong way, and got into this endless war with a bunch of people, and it was just hideous.
Yeah.
Doxing followed, and it was, not just him, but his family members, his employer. Someone called his employer and said some bad things about him.
Sorry, I wasn't laughing at that. I was just laughing at people busting chops over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that whole doxing thing, and I don't know, the separation of humanity from the internet, I think it's gotten better in compassion for like your fellow human beings over the years, but back in the day it was terrible. I can remember going online and seeing someone say something that didn't make any sense and just wanting to attack them, because it's like you have this lack of a personal connection with people. So it's almost like you don't even, but it almost was more than that. You were just, there was so much spite in the early days,
Yeah, I think people didn't understand the boundaries.
Right.
They actually had to walk across the line to realize, holy shit, I've walked across the line, haven't I?
Mm-hmm.
So I think you're right. I hope you're right that these days people are a little more aware that you don't want to cross that, especially that doxing boundary line there. You really don't want to go there. It's wrong, and nobody wins.
Yeah, and for the most part, we here, at least in this setting, thank you, Drone Tech. Yeah, hit that like button. We don't there's nothing that I ever say that is, I'm pretty much even Steven, you know what I'm saying? Biscuit, you're pretty mellow. I mean, it's not like we're up here having these radical ideas against a whole class of people, that's what I'm against. So I just, we're kind of in the middle here, we're just walking the line, you know what I mean? I like to have discussion between people, but yeah, George, exactly.
The other thing is McGrand was kind of more liberal, and Lively is kind of more right wing, and so it's just ask Aphid Lip. It's a tough audience when you're not when you're more liberal.
Yeah,
but I enjoyed his videos. I thought they were, I thought they were good. They might not have been Academy Award, but they were interesting, and that's the point of original content. It just kind of it reflects very much the author, and you kind of get to know different people, get a feel for what they think and what they like.
Right. And speaking of which, we had Duke Brazzi, who doesn't use the Brazzi anymore, really, but
just Duke.
I think it's just Duke now, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe
the Duke.
Right. That's what he said. It's a title, not a name. That was yeah. The man had a good delivery on that one. But his videos were like often 15 to 20, 25 minutes long. Just pretty cool, artistic randomness, but always entertaining.
Well, he's a real talent. I would have a hard time competing with the Dukes of the world in terms of putting together a video. Mine would look like high school, bottom of the class high school quality shit. Right. So I don't even bother.
Yeah, that reminds me, if I can delve into a little story here from back in high school. I went to an all boys Catholic high school, and religion class asked us to form groups and make a movie using video cameras somewhere around the city of Boston. So me and my buddies went to a park in Dorchester, kind of a hardcore area. And I kind of looked like this, but younger. And I obviously played Jesus. And we had
Obviously.
right. We had this one nerdy kid who was like hanging out with his bike leaning against a rock, and the other 2 or 3 kids in the group came up and just started totally beating him up, and just, it was total joke acting, but it was Boston has granite and rocks and shit like that all over the place in the park, so they're doing it on the side of the rock, and I came up over the top of the rock like with a bathrobe on or something, and I held my hands up like Christ the Lord, and I told them to, about peace and love and not to beat this guy up, and then we all had this conversation on camera, and they friggin' featured it in front of the school and everything. It was like so embarrassing, but the religion teacher was like, "This is exactly what we were looking for." But me and
your little teacher's pet.
Yeah, we at that time, not anymore. No, I was.
What I'd love to know is, why is Jesus always depicted as a white guy?
A white guy? I
He could never have been a white guy. It must have been Middle Eastern.
Would you like Smokesteve to put on blackface? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, what I'm saying is, in all the movies, in all the text, he is a white guy. Why is he a white guy? It should not be a white guy. It should be a brown guy.
You might think he would look like somebody, from indigenous to the area, wouldn't you?
Yeah, obviously. But for the sake of people's racism back in the day, he was made out to be white. I'm guessing. Who would have worshipped a black guy in 1800s?
Cool.
Gorgeous George says, and then you suplexed the bastard.
And let's be honest. Black people came first. So if God made himself if God made man in his image, then God's a black guy or woman.
So he was Jewish, right?
Huh?
Jesus?
Well, yeah, but Jews are white, aren't they?
I don't know.
Well,
You ever seen some of the women in like the Israeli armed forces or whatever? Mamma mia.
Are they tasty?
Yeah, you gotta people from Jerusalem there can be some good looking people over there, Jesus probably was good looking Jew. That would have been a good line for Adam Sandler in the Hanukkah song. Right? Mick Grande. All right. I like this guy. Hey, come on if you want, dude.
it could be him.
Yeah, he's got that fancy M. So
is it fancy or is it just a plain?
No, they give that to you automatically if you don't put a picture up. So.
Is he showing a picture of himself?
No, that's it. The M that you see on the screen there. That's his picture.
Okay, well,
like Cup of Tea has a picture of himself there on his.
Even my avatar is an actual picture of me.
There you go.
In a cloud of smoke. Well,
vapor. I really am Thomas Jefferson's twin, so my avatar is totally accurate.
I assume George's is. He's wearing a bow tie.
It looks like him.
Yeah, I'd say so. Drown Tech is clearly a self-portrait.
Yeah.
What's he got? Like a 50 cal? He's wielding like a Browning like 50 cal with a chain over his shoulder.
Yeah. He stands like that in his window all day, waiting for someone to piss him off.
Exactly. Oh yeah. Pretty much just us. That's life, but we know it. What is his? Can't tell what that is. It's him. Okay, he's standing in front of a big rock.
Some big rock there with a
cool. Very nice. Just gonna go through, check everybody's. Let's check out Welshie.
I could be Welshie.
Could be.
You see the Union Jack, but
Yeah.
Could have a dragon on that flag if he's truly Welsh.
the YouTube icon interferes with the avatar.
It does. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Why is it even there? You
I
know?
don't know. I think I'll blame you, Steve.
I think this is Alan. I always assumed it was, but
Yeah, that's Alan.
cool. Al's always had the same one. Al was only here at the beginning. I guess it was a sucky show. Sorry, Al. Oh, yeah, that is George. Cool. Hey, Joe Nicholson. Yeah, it's been a week, Joe. Yeah. So, oh, wait. So, Jesus was a Sumerian? Is that right?
Well, Samaria is a
Oh,
Where was Bethlehem?
Samaria is what is now part of the West Bank.
I just got a text from Sammy Cat. She wants me to show her, so I got to show her. All right, let's see here. Sammy
Come
Cat.
downstairs.
She's not here tonight.
Oh,
There's Sammy Cat. Hey, Sammy.
beautiful smile there. Thank you, Sammy Cat, on that avatar picture.
Very nice. Nice picture, Sammy. Cat. What up, dude?
So good.
What's going on?
Super close today. Wow.
I was expecting Martin, and then that face showed up.
Yeah.
Hey, Philip, how you doing?
Good, man. How you guys doing tonight?
Pretty
All good.
How's everybody doing tonight? It's Saturday night here at
It's Saturday
Smokesteve's
night.
Pub.
I'm doing
Ready to
very
get
fine.
down.
I'm doing very fine.
I hope you are all too.
Fine.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a fine Saturday night.
It is.
We got Matt Grandy X here in the chat.
So, what do you think, Afa? Do you think that's the real McGrand or a
Ask him.
imposter?
Ask him a question. Have you guys tested him?
No,
I mean, we already gave out information about McGrand, so
What's your? Are you married, McGrande X? We could start
That's a
out
very
small.
50-50 question, though, isn't it?
We could start out small.
we could call it the McGrand challenge.
right.
Do you like balconies, McGrand?
Do we know the information is correct or not?
Are your toes webbed?
When you
No.
see a carcass of an animal on the side of the road, what's your instinct?
Pick it up and eat it.
Oh, that's wrong.
It's terribly wrong.
Cool. So good week for you there, Aphid.
Yeah, well, it's actually today is Mrs. Lip's birthday, so
No kidding, huh?
yeah, so it's a busy day and night around the Lip house.
Cool.
Did you get her some lipstick?
No, surprisingly enough, I got her a dog DNA test. We did the same thing.
So there was lipstick involved.
to get the DNA, yes, you have to apply a thick coat of mauve lipstick. No, we did this 2 years ago, or I don't think it was last year. I think it was 2 years ago for my other dog, and then this year she was like, "Let's do that again," because she wants to know once and for all what the other dog has.
You're serious about the dog DNA?
I've done it once, and I had to do it again.
I didn't even realize that was a thing.
Yeah, the price increased dramatically in the past. I guess COVID must have done something to the dog DNA
Increased demand, probably.
price. Yeah, maybe all these people want to know
Yeah.
what their dogs are.
What do you want to do? I don't know. Let's get the dog's DNA.
Apparently.
I'm sure that dog's related to Einstein's dog somehow.
Yeah, I don't know. So we all are given 3 guesses because we know one of them. The mom was a Dachshund, but he doesn't look like a Dachshund at all.
Dachshund or Dachshund?
Well, it's actually like spelled Dachshund.
Anna would tell us how to correctly pronounce it.
Do they still make Datsuns? Those things sucked.
Yeah. Well, the 280Z, that thing
Germans
was
pronounce
sweet.
it Dachshund.
Yeah, that one car, that
The one
was,
car.
was more expensive than a Corvette for list in the
Yeah.
late 70s.
They are cool cars, though, man. Especially the ones that are in good shape. It's like, man,
They're rare.
sweet body style.
Isn't a Datsun a car?
Yeah, it was. It became Nissan in like the late 80s, I think. The mid to late 80s.
I drove a Datsun. My wife brought a Datsun to the marriage, and I brought nothing.
Before you go on, Last Dance, it's a Nissan, not a Nissan.
The logo is on the bonnet and the boot.
Right. Trunk.
None of which I have on any of my cars.
Right. Exactly. Anyways, what's the other part of the dog?
Oh, so we think for sure some type of terrier because he just looks like he doesn't look like a Dachshund or Dachshund or whatever at all. Not at all. But we know his mom because she was there when we adopted him. But they were like abandoned, in the cold at a humane society. It was like 12 degrees out that night or something like that. Oh, here he comes. The birthday girl's gonna bring him into the picture.
Oh.
The puppy.
Hey, hello from Scotland, Jean Murphy.
Is she gonna hand him in with a claw?
Yep.
Oh, that's
He's
not a
gonna
puppy.
He's gonna
Bear hug. He needs a bear hug.
That looks like Benji.
That looks like about 0% Dachshund to me.
right. And he's I mean, the mom was like she wasn't like just like part like Meghan Markle. She wasn't like Meghan Markle. She was more like Oprah Winfrey.
Oh yeah, you had to work in Meghan Markle.
She was full on. You know what
10
I'm
points
saying?
for Aphid Lip.
She was full on.
You guys must have heard of Piers Morgan.
Oh yeah. We know I know Piers Morgan through Trump because Trump hosted the Apprentice TV show and Piers Morgan was on there, and that's how I.
Did you hear what he said about Meghan?
Oh yeah. It's like supposedly it's like
he quit his job over it.
yeah, he walked out, and then like
Just freedom of speech.
apparently the other British that's big over here, the Sharon Osbourne, she said that.
I agree, Smokesteve's wife.
She said that she's. Yeah, I don't like Piers either, but he should be able to say what he wants to say. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that.
He walked off the set like a little bitch, though.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he quit too, didn't he? He quit before they hired him.
He quit.
So I mean, for what? For some guy saying that he's not fair? I mean, did I miss something?
His co-host, after he said something, his co-host says, and that was a pile of shit.
The whole problem with it was that ITV have basically they're trying to promote being able to talk about your mental health, and what Piers said basically ruined that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get,
I didn't actually see what he said.
He basically said that Meghan Markle was full of shit when she said that she had mental health issues.
Yeah, he did. He pulled a Tom Cruise. You don't know Matt Lauer.
Right.
Well, the ITV are trying to. They're in partnership with Mind, and they're trying to promote talk about your mental health. But if he's saying that, that's kind of going in the face of that.
Yeah,
I mean, I think he's.
I mean, he did it for the publicity, and
He did.
He's always kind of been that kind of guy. So nobody that hired him should be surprised at how it turned out.
I think you could criticize Meghan Markle without, saying that she's full of shit when she said she had mental health issues.
Right? Yeah, he could have done it. He could have done it in a more diplomatic way, I think.
Like, you shouldn't be airing out family business on a national TV show.
Exactly. Especially when the old man's about to croak in the hospital.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, comes from The Godfather. When Sonny gets he starts talking in front of the guy they end up killing in the restaurant, whatever his name is there. And, when he's trying to get Dawn to buy heroin to get into the heroin deal. And Sonny pipes in, "Hey, Dad, we could use this, and he's like, never talk about family amongst people.
Dad, we could use
family.
this.
Yeah.
Never talk about family.
Right. Yeah. Let's go ahead and bring in Mr. Drone Tech.
Oh, there you
Wow, Drone Tech, hey up, dude.
What's up, guys?
How you
Hey,
doing,
how
bro?
you doing?
Good to see you, man.
We had a show about
go. He's a-
Derek Chauvin and the trial.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's going
Oh,
on?
good.
What's up, man? That was an interesting little sound effect. I don't know.
Does he have his own intro music? Is that what's going on?
I don't know.
Is he like Rocky now?
He has his own trumpeters.
I need some pyrotechnics.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you oil up your body before you came in here?
Hey, George. You know I did. I oil my body just getting up in the morning.
There you go. Good live thing you had the other night, man. That was awesome. Thanks for having me as part of it.
Oh yeah, dude, I love you being there. You're so calm and collected, and you take your turn. And if everybody was like that, it'd be a lot more enjoyable. But
Yep.
you know how it is.
Yeah, Drone Tech goes in the direction of bringing on people of the complete opposite opinion of most and letting them basically kind of have the floor and then debate. And it's pretty cool. And
That's how I always like to do
Debate?
it.
What's debate? I never heard that thing. Debate.
exactly.
Yeah, I don't know about the bait. It's more just like it turns into everybody shouting over each other. If you keep it small, it usually is okay. But
Where do you do this now? Because you're like kicked off everything, aren't you?
yeah, I'm still on YouTube.
Oh, you are.
oh.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm doing it. Yeah, it's in my YouTube channel.
So you just go live on YouTube.
Yeah, and I do it for my Discord server, and so I just have people come there, and then you can do like call-ins. It's really easy. You just have people in the waiting room, and you can bring them in one at a time, and so yeah.
When you say it's your Discord server, it's really Discord's Discord.
Yeah,
server.
yeah, that's
With
true. Right.
You have to be clear because I get easily confused by these things.
I'm the server I'm allowed to use that
Right.
Discord allows me to use. Yes,
Yeah,
and that they could take away at the drop of a hat.
that's right.
Exactly.
And will eventually.
Now,
Yeah, I fully expect it.
Are you on like a higher level? Because I have a Discord, but I mean, are you like Discord Pro, or are we all on the same one? How does that work?
I think I'm on the same one. I do have some people that have boosted it, so it's got like a couple extra functions because me and a couple others have done a server boost, which gives you a couple other things. But other than that, no. I did apply for partnership or whatever that is, and I didn't make it for. I guess I forgot to fill something out, so I have to reapply. But
Gotcha. Yeah, it's a cool platform, but if people don't go there and fuck around with it, then it's nothing. So you're lucky you have traffic.
I'll be completely honest. I was on Drone Tech's Discord, but I had to stop notifications because it was every half an hour.
yeah,
I wasn't able to do anything with my phone. It was like ding ding.
Well, you gotta
Drone
turn that
Tech.
off. Just stop. Yeah, just turn off the notification.
Right.
It's kind of dead right now. Ever since the election, it's
Every time
kind
I
of
looked at the
off.
notifications, though, it was like always the same thing. I'm like, what am I actually looking at? I was looking at.
You're just like, what is this? Why do I keep getting bothered by this?
Yeah, at first you're like, woo, woo, what? And then
Yeah, that's what I was like for an entire week. Like, oh, I'm getting notifications. What am I looking at? I don't understand any of this shit.
Yeah.
I turned off all notifications on my phone, and then something happened, and they all got turned back on, and I was just getting like deluged with notifications. Like, who can live like that? Just being like constantly notified.
Yeah.
I have probably about 80 YouTube channels that I have notifications for. So
Oh my god!
Wow.
But they're often like every 2 to 3 day
I mean,
uploaders. So I just want to know when there's a new video.
The
to
difference
watch.
with the YouTube ones, though, they're up in a little link and they just show a little number of how many notifications you've got, aren't they, on the bell icon? Whereas drone text ones come on your phone going ding,
Right.
and half an hour later, ding, 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 ding. Literally,
Gonna get
take
ya.
your phone out of your pocket. Like, look at me.
Well, that's
When
Discord.
What?
I'm sorry.
Are those Discord notifications or other?
Yeah, Discord notifications. They literally make your phone go boom.
You gotta turn those off for sure.
Yeah.
with the YouTube notifications, do you stop what you're doing and sit down and
No,
watch?
the YouTube one's just when you log on, it's a little tiny, very subtle red number on the bell icon.
Well, yeah, but I think you can like turn something else on where like when the second they upload something, it like rings your phone.
I just like to, when I'm on YouTube, I'm like, what can I do today? And then look at my notifications. Oh, they're on. I'll look at that.
I just hit my subscription list, and then I can see who uploaded time frame.
That's what I do too. I don't even bother with
with notifications. Yeah, fuck that.
Yeah.
But when you're taking a turd or drinking some coffee,
notifications are good for this show though, because when Smokesteve posts the show,
if somebody goes live, I guess that would be necessary.
Yeah, and there's other ones. Often people that go live in the evenings, and I want the notification to come up.
That I understand. But surely, if you got 80 notifications, 80 of those people are doing live shows.
Not live shows, no, just premiere shows that are obviously recorded. Most of them. There's a few lives.
Right.
There's a cool Alice and Freebo is a music show I watch. They basically sing, and the guy plays bass, she sings and plays guitar. And the other day they had a little Zoom thing afterwards, and I got on that briefly, which was kind of cool. Played like a small guitar riff because they asked me to.
Oh, nice.
And he's was the bass player for Bonnie Raitt for a long period of time. So there's definitely, these people have some chops. It was cool.
That's your in. I think you're going to make it. Finally.
In the off zone, when they could see me, I was doing all kinds of crazy shit, dude. But when they brought me on camera, I was like serious and stuff, But
did you clam up?
Did I what?
Clam up?
No. When it came on, I was just surprised. I said it, I didn't expect them to bring me on camera or want to even talk to me. And the guy was like, you brought your guitar, man. And he was total musician type, really cool guy. But he's like, I can see you're playing all that live shit. What did he say? Guitar solo type shit, like fast scales. And I wanted to say, jealousy is a great form of flattery. Thank you, because he was essentially admitting that he really can't play that style. But I just kept my mouth shut and was like, I always have my guitar, thank you, and yada yada. It was cool. I mean, it was dumb, but it was, for me, somewhat of a highlight, because when I watch them, I think they're good musicians. So to have them ask me to play a little thing was kind of cool.
Sounds cool.
It is. That's the beauty of this grassroots YouTube thing. You can connect with people that you normally would have I would never meet them in my life otherwise, So I love that. I love that aspect of this. And all of you guys too, man.
Hell yeah.
COVID brought us all together here tonight.
Certainly did.
Thank you, COVID. I love you,
COVID. Great.
Silver linings and all that.
Speaking of COVID, I was just up with my wife, and we've been watching this. We got hooked on this YouTube channel called his name's Harold Balder. Have you guys seen him? He just travels around the world.
Balder than what?
Yeah, Harold Balder. He's I think Norwegian, but he travels around the world. He goes to different countries and just basically just records what he's doing. But it's so interesting. And I was telling my wife that he really came up. You can see during the last year, and I bet it's because all the places he goes are empty, and everybody's just at home watching this guy live life while we're all locked down.
Right.
Huh. Yeah. That's incredible.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, he's an interesting dude. You should check it out.
I will. Drown
Older.
Tech. Any interest in
210.
yourself for getting the vaccine?
Me? No.
No.
Dude, I never get a flu shot. Yeah, I'm not messing with that. No. Why?
What?
Yeah.
Why not?
Well,
It's more of the question.
probably. Well, I mean, I think we got it in December for one, and so I would have an immunity anyway, right? So
Oh, you already have the virus.
I think we did. I don't know for sure, but we got really sick in December. All of us, we had to cancel our Christmas plans and everything because my second youngest son and my wife both had temperatures of like 107, and
Wow.
we went to the doctor and they actually tested them and it wasn't the flu, and they didn't tell us what it was, but they said it wasn't the flu. And I mean, it was bad. I mean, my wife, she said she's never been that sick. And then in January, all that stuff starts percolating, you know. So we think, and I got a little sick, but just not real bad. So I was probably, asymptomatic or whatever. But yeah.
And I'm going to ask you, since we went through everybody, aphid lip, when the vaccine comes around to you, yes, no,
Oh, well, fuck yeah, I'll go get it.
right?
What are they gonna do? Put a chip in me?
Another chip?
I'm just weird about injecting shit into my body. That's all.
Well, the biggest argument of against the chip in the vaccine is the fact that you're already carrying around a much better device to follow you with is your mobile phone.
Right.
It's so much better.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about side effects or anything. I just don't. I personally am not all that interested. And with kids, it's weird. I mean, I should probably just. Well, kids don't really need it though, right? I mean, they're not really. They're not at risk in any way, really.
I mean,
Only the ones that are like
it's 16.
got underlying conditions.
The cutoff's going to be 16, I think, until they come up with a lower number.
I think the only kids that are at risk are the ones that have got like severe disabilities and proper underlying conditions.
I think there's like only 500 or so deaths of people like under 25.
Yeah,
which is more
It's
than
lower than that, I think.
That's like a bad weekend.
I was like 6, but they had really bad underlying health conditions.
Yeah, so if they can still get the virus and transmit the virus, what is the point of giving them the vaccine if when they have the vaccine, they can still transmit the virus? So
Yeah, exactly. There's no point.
It makes me.
if
I
they're
swear,
whole-
like.
if you, as you guys just said, their possibility of them getting severely ill or dying is so infinitesimally low of a number percentage wise, why do they need the vaccine? It seems like their natural immunity is already the vaccine.
It's probably less than 1 in a billion.
Well, if
Children
that would be if 100% of the population over that age were to get the vaccine too, though, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, but the vaccine doesn't stop it from spreading around the population.
No, but if they get it, if they're past puberty, and they could still spread it to somebody else. So, like if Drone Tech went into a small closed
What Steve's saying is that when you get the
Here's my
vaccine,
question,
it doesn't stop
Aphid.
spreading it, does it?
My question, Aphid, is who gives a shit if they spread it?
Well, I mean, if you chose not to get the vaccine, then you rolled your own dice. But if
But I'm not really rolling any dice. I mean, much more so than any normal flu season. And what is it like? 85-year-olds are at the top of the list, except for people with pre-existing conditions, right? And of 85-year-olds and above, they're 80% survival rate or something like that. So I don't know, man. People are like 500,000 dead, and that sounds bad, but. I mean, we lose almost a million people every year from heart disease. So
that's right. You have to put it in perspective. I agree.
Yeah, but
Right,
we make a big deal about the diabetes, and it's going to be worse than diabetes in 1 year.
If I could cure heart disease with a vaccine, man.
I mean, you're going to put it against the worst thing. I mean, if controlling heart disease was a measure that we could control in some way, by all taking a shot, surely we would all take that sacrifice and take that shot, wouldn't we?
I mean, one day I'm hoping that nanobots are a big field of discovery these days. They're looking at what they can eventually do. But would you take a shot of nanobots if it meant you'd never get ill ever again?
You know what? I would. I can't answer why, but I would do
because
that.
it's cool. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I could like literally form limbs. I mean, sure.
I don't
could,
think we'd ever get
I
them
could
that
grow
good,
like
but I mean,
a triple D. You know what I mean? Like,
I think in
become a
say
Terminator,
100,
right?
I think maybe in 100 years we'll have the technology that cancer will never be a thing again. Like
nanobots are the key,
Alzheimer's.
right?
Yeah, Alzheimer's will never be a thing again.
Oh,
Let's hope so before I get to that
Yeah.
point.
Right, but here, well,
You might be
if you want to get on the
look there,
topic,
Griffin.
if you want to talk about nanobots, like, yeah, there's so many possibilities, but also at the same time, like, if it does become something that's mainstream, do you really think that they're going to want everyday average people to have that and essentially gain immortality from that? No way. No. Unless we are starting to see, this is why I want us to spread out into space, start doing more space exploration, getting humans out there mining, setting up colonies, because then you need people. So like then it'll probably be allowed to happen. But when we're all down here on Earth and we're stuck here,
there's still money to be made in big pharma. That's never going to happen, is it?
Well, that's the thing.
You said big pharma.
As far as them being like some they that are controlling if we live forever or if we don't live together. Well, I think it's more important that if there's money to be made, whoever comes up with that idea, if they can get that through, then of course, if there's a money, I think more things are inspired by money than they are some person that's controlling.
I think that kind of shot would only go to the people who could afford it, though, wouldn't it?
Right. Yeah. Well, if there's enough of those people that can afford
it, would be a premium to get that kind of thing.
Aphid Lib, they got you and hundreds of millions of other people, locked down, and you're complying with that. Like, you don't think that there's like a cabal of people, or just I don't even a cabal, just people who are much richer, much more powerful, and essentially live in a different universe than we do, can't like pull strings or some way. I mean, because look at everything with climate change. They talk about overpopulation. Do you really think they're going to allow people to gain a key to immortality? I don't think so. I don't think that would be allowed to happen.
I guess my question is, who's they?
Who's they? Yeah.
Well, they would. Somebody would inject into the stream of consciousness of the world that by giving people immortality, that you're going to kill the Earth, or like we can't do that because there's finite resources. I mean, I think that's why I want space exploration.
Well, if you've got infinite life and immortality, then you'd have to reduce the amount of people that are born.
On that note, very briefly, if I may bring in a man from the land of Tom Jones, Catherine Zeta-Jones.
Based Welshman.
You got that right.
Based Welshman. Nice. What's up, buddy? One of my favorites.
Don't let me interrupt you. Carry on, chaps.
Right, he looks exactly like Jean-Claude Van Damme. You guys know that? Every time I see him, I give him shit. He's like, I don't even know if he knows who that is.
If Jean-Claude Van Damme has just smoked like a bucket of weed and stepped on his bed,
I'll be right back.
That's your JCVD, bro.
Hey, mute while he's gone. Mute him and see if that echo's coming from his mic.
There he is.
I feel like it is.
What's going on with that camera?
Kumite.
Exactly.
Nuksu cow.
Right. Oh, you know what I saw recently? Who's that huge Asian guy that was the bad guy in Bloodsport? The actor?
Yeah.
Well, the part when he's doing this, like, someone put drumsticks in his hands and like playing like a thrash metal tune. And perfect.
Right, and Jean-Claude Van Damme, when his eyes, he's sitting there going, he's screaming like singing. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's great, dude. That's Chun Li. Chun Li, yeah. Bolo, his name's Bolo Yang. His real name. He died.
Breaks. He's dead, right? Yeah. I think he took a lot of roids, man. He had some unhealthy muscle development. Some things were going on there. But he broke Jean Claude's buddy's back, I think, with the the downward elbow to the spine.
Yep.
And while he did it, he was like looking at Jean Claude like, "You're next, guy."
Yeah. You are next.
And that actor was, I believe, in Revenge of the Nerds. He was Ogre.
Yeah.
The guy who had his back broken.
Ogre is awesome.
Ogre was the man. And Revenge of the Nerds Part 2, Ogre turned around and became a nerd.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Talk about jumping the shark. That was
The
fucking
one time
crazy.
I watched that movie.
You know,
30 years
Bloodsport's
ago.
a great movie, but Kickboxer I think is superior.
Part
I always
2.
love Bloodsport. Don't get me wrong, but Kickboxer is just amazing.
Kickboxer, is that the one when he kicks the tree like 39
Yeah.
times until his
Yeah,
leg...
well, that's one where right before his brother's about to fight him, he sees him kicking the pole, and he's like, he was kicking the pole like this. And he tried to tell his brother about like he shouldn't fight him. Oh man, that movie's great. And then before the final fight, he kidnaps his girlfriend and his trainer, and he rapes his girlfriend. And he's like, "You bleed like my Lee, good fuck."
Yeah, I remember that.
That movie is just crazy.
Yeah, that was a good one, man.
Yeah.
They could be so seemingly what would be called racist today, but back then...
Oh yeah.
You know what's a great racist accent is, if you remember, I think it was Rambo Part 3 when he goes back to Vietnam. Is that Part 3 or Part 2?
Yeah,
Part
it's 3. Or no, 3. Yeah, 3. You're right. Or no,
So-
3 is Afghanistan. 2 is when he goes back.
Okay, 2. So the girl he meets, who's like Vietnamese, who takes him down the river in the boat or whatever, the junk, whatever they call those boats. You got to check out her accent sometime. It's horrendous. It's the worst fake Asian accent I've ever heard. It's fucking horrible.
Oh yeah.
You,
Oh, yeah,
John,
it's bad. It's bad. You're right. She is like, she talks like a caveman or a cave woman. She's like, you Rambo, me Jane. Like,
you, John Rambo, you know, like,
yeah, it
so
is.
weird.
It's really bad.
Yeah, every once in a while we get this weird swelling echo and then it goes away.
Yeah, I know. It's when people get loud too. It gets worse.
That's bizarre.
Somebody's got us on speaker and it's echoing.
No, it's closer of a delay than that. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
maybe.
it's YouTube.
I think he might be right.
Did it go away when my mic was off?
It did, yeah.
Did it?
But I mean, it's not worth you not being here for. So
Yeah.
Oh, thanks.
Well, we need to vote on that.
Last Dance got something to say about that.
Just to throw a little couple of facts in with the old Kung Flu.
You're going to get us banned for sure.
Also, I correctly name it the China virus.
I think
Help us.
Base
Save us,
Welshman is a
Richard.
very Trumpian, isn't he?
Hold on, let me get a timestamp. Timestamp.
17.
No, that's all right, isn't it? That's all right, isn't it? Yeah, what's wrong with Trump?
Don't call anybody a fat nunce, and then you'll be all right.
Right. Okay, yeah. So the average age, the average death age in the UK is 81. The average COVID death age in the UK is 82. So COVID beats the average age in the UK. So that's one. That's the one fact. The other fact is Sweden had its worst deaths, right, last year up until 2015. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't know any pandemics that went around the fucking world or Sweden in 2015. Okay, let's put it into context. You know what's actually going on.
Interesting.
Yeah, you can all Google them. They're all facts. You can Google them. They're all there.
I'm gonna just.
Well, I think we just closed the internet for us. We can just all go home.
It's all done. Yeah, Sweden at times was an anomaly for sure.
What?
Yeah, it got a lot of deaths on the second wave. It did get a lot of deaths on the 2nd wave.
Yeah, at
Right.
one point they passed
Yeah,
You know,
percentage wise.
but what,
You know,
Do you
what's
mind if I
the-
ask a question here, Steve?
Yes.
I'm just wondering, just because I've been reading about it today, about this in the COVID relief bill, about this money in there to pay off farm debt. Do you guys know anything about this?
A
no.
little bit how they're going to pay the blacks. The black
Right. Well,
farmers.
it's minority. It's here. Let me read what it is. Let me read what it says. It says, however, the only farmer. Well, this is a story about it. It says the only farmers eligible for the benefits are those who are considered socially disadvantaged, which the law defines as a group whose members have been subjugated to racial or ethnic prejudice because of their identity as members of a group without regard to their individual qualities. And I just find that
I tell you
highly
what,
ironic because isn't that exactly what they're doing?
Right.
well, it's
Yeah.
also blatantly unconstitutional and would never
Right.
survive.
Like-
Would never survive a court test.
aren't they being prejudiced to the other minority communities? You know, from the LGBT plus communities, etc., etc. Because you know, they only mentioned racial ethnic then, didn't they?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what if you identify as black? Then do you like what if you're
Like
a farmer
Meghan-
and you decide to
Meghan
identify as
Markle.
black?
Meghan.
I'm serious.
Meghan
I'm
Markle.
dead
You mean like
serious.
Meghan Markle?
Well, I don't know.
She ain't black. She's white.
Are you guys familiar with Rachel Dolezal?
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
And she was mocked right out of life, wasn't she?
I believe
Yeah.
she was the president of a very prominent African American group. And
She was president of a chapter, maybe, of the NAACP. I'm
What
not
about
sure.
what about the tan mom?
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
The tan mom?
was white. Yeah.
No, no, she wasn't.
She was
Yeah, yeah.
leather.
She was.
She was leather.
Yeah. And she wasn't suede either. She was that old saddle leather.
Yeah,
the
she
real
was.
nasty
Exactly.
Those titties. Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then after everything went over, someone went and filmed her in her front yard, and she had she was wearing a short skirt, and really, it wasn't good, man. And it's like the woman didn't get it that this was going to be seen by hundreds of millions of people, and she's just wasn't grasping it. Maybe she
No.
did. I don't know.
she
You know
she
what
had
she
her
was-
granddaughter. She took her granddaughter and let her get tan too. I think
Oh,
that's what got her in the trouble in the first place.
You know what she reminded me of? Have you ever seen a photo of it's called Tolland Man? Tolland Man.
yes.
He was found in a bog. He's 20,000 years old corpse. She looked just like her skin looked just like Tolland Man.
Bog people. They used to throw them in the bog, I guess, in the old days because
Yeah.
the bog would take care of the body.
Well, because you could hide them under shit.
Last Dance remembers.
I do.
Remembers
was-
the days of the bog throwings.
Yeah.
It was set the
Those
set
are
the
days.
oryx poop on fire and throw your enemies under the bog. It was great times in those days.
Yeah, I smoked weed once on this unusual bog here in Massachusetts that had a floating layer that you could walk on. It was like a giant waterbed, but the thought always in my mind was, how deep is this thing underneath me? And what if you get bust down and it's overhead and you can't find the hole in the grass or whatever? That was
Yeah, and you join everyone else under there who didn't take that into account.
All the woolly mammoths.
Or the woolly mammoths, right?
I wonder if that's the concept. They would literally cut a layer in the top and just kind of stuff the body underneath and tuck it all together and let
Yeah.
the bog do the rest.
It
I
might
guess.
very well have been.
Unreal.
It was interesting when they excavated Tolland Man. First his head came out and he had this kind of serene, almost smile. And then as they excavated further, they found a rope around his neck. He had been.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's like the the guy pardon me, the guy they found in the Himalayas who was frozen.
Yeah, what do they
And-
call him? They gave him some name.
Lucy.
No,
Oh,
That was supposed to be the original human
Him
being,
down,
wasn't it?
him down, man, or what is that?
Before they
No,
beat
you're
her.
talking about-
Piltdown Man. Don't talk to the Brits about that.
He had like a
Yeah, that was a fake thing, wasn't it? That was a fake.
We don't remember that anymore. We don't hold you to it.
It was an amalgamation by a scientist thinking that he
Right.
could get it through people.
what was it?
It was a mix of ape and man, like all bones mixed together. Like
Yeah.
What did they call it? I missed what you said.
the Piltdown Man.
Piltdown Man. There you
It
go.
was a scientific fraud, is what it was.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Basically, it was supposed to be a cross between human and ape.
Essentially a carnival. It was like a carnival thing, but it was passed off as real.
And they really didn't have to go farther than modern day Manchester to find a cross between a human and an ape. But that's sorry, Hayden.
Hey, I wanted to say something about Hayden actually in a trigger warning. Since you guys came back, it looks really good. I mean, God, I wish you guys would be allowed to like take off because the show really should. It's great, and it's never looked better. I look at it and I'm like, man, I wish I could get my stuff looking that good.
Oh,
You mean their show when they do the Thursday night?
Yeah. It looks
yeah.
great. It's just a great production. They do a great job.
Yeah. He
Top
nailed
notch.
it.
Like,
I
yeah.
don't know. They had a little break after they got all those great interviews at the tail end of last year. There was a break, but even for those interviews, it was damn good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it was great. Like, and they're climbing up. I mean, they're up 3K subs now, but I mean, it should obviously be way higher, and they're probably being, the reach is being limited.
I think it's the YouTube algorithm. This
Yeah.
talk show when they was off, I think that was climbing up a bit, wasn't it? Because the algorithm liked this talk show thing much better than the main show, but their main show's got much better production value, obviously.
Yeah, there was like
I like it a lot.
150 people watching live. That was killer, man.
The problem with YouTube is you could put your heart and soul and make really good content, but if the algorithm doesn't like it, you screw the pooch.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, it seems like
People only want people opening boxes and shit.
Robert Noir is another good example. The dude is just like, whether you agree with him or not, he just works super hard and he's super smart and he makes great, amazing arguments and destroys just about everybody. And yet he's like struggling to get, 20, 30 viewers a stream. And I don't get it. It just makes no sense. I almost want to give him my channel. So, because I like when I watch his stuff, I feel like I don't deserve my channel. I'm like, Jesus, he should be the one doing this. You guys know what I'm talking about? Robert Noir, Normal America.
no. Not at all.
Oh yeah, well check him out. It's a channel called Normal America with Robert Noir. Check him out sometime. He's run for office a couple times here for Congress in Pennsylvania, and he was on a debate team for a long time. So he's really good at it. Yeah,
I'll check him out.
he debates communists and big guys. He debates Destiny all the time. I don't know if you know who Destiny is, but he slays him. He just slays this guy. It's great.
Oh wow, That's Life as We Know It has a channel. He's getting banned left and right.
Oh man, that sucks.
Let's all feel free to plug yourself here in the chat if you want, buddy.
I mean, I started a channel for about, I think it was about 2 months. I was doing vape reviews, and I didn't get very far. I just couldn't work out how to make the videos look good. not to mention that it was the recording of them as well. But I suppose that's something you pick up like through doing them for a long time.
Exactly.
The guy that comes on here a lot, Lessons for Life. He called in a couple of times, but he's got some good stuff. I think isn't that that's the guy right there. Is that the Lessons for Life guy?
I think it's the same dude.
That's life, but not as we know.
Yeah,
Right.
he seems like an interesting guy. I've watched a couple of his. I subbed him.
Oh,
This is my my second channel. I got a private channel that nobody knows about. That
OnlyFans?
yeah.
Do you
I need to start one of those.
yeah. Do you post content on their secret channel, Aphid?
Well, before I went to Live Leak, I ran this video game skateboarding website, and so I used to make videos for me playing the game. It seems so dorky now. But that's and then so that's when I came over to Live, because that game kind of was over with, and I came on to Live Leak, and I was like, oh, and I had already had experience making videos, so that's why I started making videos on Live Leak.
Now, was the game IRL or was it a console game?
No, it was
or a PC game?
that Skate franchise. It was Skate 1, Skate 2, Skate 3.
Oh,
Skate?
yeah.
Oh, wait. Skate or
They used
die?
to make actual skate
No,
videos.
it's called
No,
Skate.
the game's called Skate.
Okay.
But I was kind of similar. I became friends with the guy that created it and stuff because I drew a picture of him, and that's kind of how I became friends with Hayden. Kind of too. That's my in. I just draw a picture of the guy that the guy at the top, and he gives you attention.
I remember drawing an aphid with lips, and it didn't help at all.
Yeah,
Get me in tight with you.
I won't get you free tokens on a few websites, but not anything else.
Well, hey, George, come on and grace us with some of your amazing YouTube presence if you feel so inspired.
I almost made it because I can. Did you guys say you can upload to the Trigger Warning website, like videos?
You said you could.
Yeah, well, if you go
mean the Alt Feed website?
Let me see.
Alt feed.
Yeah, you can, right?
Yeah,
Alt Feed,
I
Alt
found
Feed.
that I could have if I had picked the icon. Yes,
You're right. Okay, so I was gonna make. I had an idea to make one, so I think I might do it. It's up to a gig, so I can make a good 2-3 minute video and save it on low settings, and it'll be much less than a gig.
240p.
Yep. It don't
TV
matter.
review channel for
If you're just
Smokesteve
making-
Live.
If you're just making a video of you talking or something, it doesn't need to be high quality.
Or have any volume.
Right. That's more people will listen.
Yeah, that video I made earlier. How was the volume on the drink video? Anything?
I was like, I told you go ahead and post that fucker because you were acting like you weren't going to do it. And then my mom came here to wish my wife a happy birthday and drop my son off. And I totally missed the whole thing. So I was like,
It's all right.
I'll have to watch the rewind and watch the beginning or something.
It was fine. We did it last night. It was.
But you said the volume was all messed up.
Yeah, the kid was in bed and I
The
wasn't.
volume was
You're trying to be quiet.
It was okay. It was weird though. It seemed like whenever I turned my head, it got spotty almost. I don't know.
Only a couple times. I mean, it was
Do you know how to
fine.
raise the sound?
The
Yeah.
knob, make it go higher?
The knob, right? I don't think I can turn it up. Besides,
Are you just doing it raw and then uploading it to YouTube?
for the most part,
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's you're probably are you using an Android phone or an iPhone?
well, I'm doing it all on the lap.
Oh, that's right. You're doing it on a laptop. Well, I mean, just watch it. I mean, yes, you could do it with OBS. You could bring it. Drone Tech has probably used OBS before. You could bring it, watch it in OBS, and record your session, and just
that
pump
where you
the
have that-
volume up that way. That'd be the
Is that where you
easiest.
have that stomach problem? OBS?
No. OBS is a free.
That's
open broadcast.
IBS.
There he is. Wow.
There he is. See, look, he looks just like. Who was it that you said he looked like?
JCVD.
Just after he's smoked a pound.
Well,
of
when
weed.
you're not looking right up his nostrils.
That's why he finally got his cam on. He spent that last time clearing out.
What's
all
up,
the
buddy?
Stuff.
He
in
hangs
his
out in
nose.
my Discord a lot. I really appreciate it. I like him hanging out
Yeah,
there.
he's good dude.
He's a good guy. I like it. I like the work he does, and it's inspiring.
Yeah, he told us last week or 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, that he likes to go to. He likes to challenge the police, basically.
Right. Yeah, we're all fans of Audit the Audit. That's a great channel. We found that out.
I love auditing. I like it.
You don't get your sound going, Bass Welshman. We can't hear. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, technically.
I'm more familiar with Bass Welshman's nostrils than I am any other human being. No doubt.
Well, nobody
You
else
can,
uses
like,
nostril cam.
Let's get intimate, shall we?
If it's raining real hard.
George Floyd in the UK now.
Yeah.
So the UK is a tinder pot tonight. in London, there's near enough been riots in London. I've shown drone tech earlier on, but we've had crazy feminists, feminazis, and rightly so.
Did they take their
Yeah,
tops
what
off?
happened in the UK this week is a young lady was murdered by a diplomatic armed response officer. So
Yeah,
he was armed normally.
I heard that, but why?
Thinking as a COVID breach, and he kidnapped her, he raped her, burned her body, and buried her in the woods. He's been arrested. So there's been like major things going on in Clapham Commons. So if anyone wants to Google it, I got some video clips of it. And the police were kettled. The police were kettled, and it was pretty angry.
I don't know what that means. Kettled.
Me either. What's kettling?
Kettling is when you surround people.
Ah.
And that's what the police normally do. It's a manoeuvre the police do with kettling. But what actually happened was that there was a vigil in the middle of Clapham Common, and the police were out of their normal environments, so they weren't in the street. They were in a park. There's thousands of people there. I can show you a clip now, and it's crazy. And they were surrounded by very, very angry left-wing feminists, and Antifa and Black Lives Matter, actually. But they were screaming like, all cops are bastards, and no peace and all this, justice, no peace.
I don't understand why are they being violent to all police when it was just one single person that did this particular.
I know, like
it's so stupid. I mean, you take all Antifa.
It was the individual. It wasn't the police as a whole.
We all know the answer to this question, right? I think we all do, right? We all know that they're just it's just a pretense to push another agenda. It's something that they can get people to act emotionally on. And it's also something that if other people join it, they can kind of pat themselves on the back. They get that dopamine rush, and they don't have to think a lot a it. And it's
a bit like the George Floyd incident, but at least the George Floyd incident wasn't a localized problem. It was quite widespread among quite a lot of police officers, but this particular instance was one individual. So why are they getting all bent out of shape over the entire police force when it was one person, and that person is being prosecuted right now for it? He's going to do his time.
Biscuit.
Well, I don't know if he'll be convicted.
Like, do they ever rage about a white male being shot by the police or killed? No, not here either. I mean, that's all you need to know, or a Chinese person, or an Asian person, or whatever. Like, it's only when it fits a certain narrative that helps to put the agenda.
I agree with so much of you saying, but Biscuit, you've got to remember, mate. You can walk around in the streets, you being you, go shopping, do your things with your kids. You can do anything you want to do. But if you stand up tall and actually say, our freedom's been taken away, the police will beat you down, arrest you unlawfully, and slap you about. And if you want to see it,
that's true. But what I'm saying is this particular individual raped and killed someone.
2 weeks ago, the police pulled a socket out of a woman's arm. Go on my channel, you'll see it. She's screaming pain for 2 minutes. For 2 minutes of the video. And I
agree. That's more.
Listen, they were picking her up from being backstacked, and they picked her up. A woman. I got the whole instant on my.
That's a whole different story, though, Welshman. That's a whole different story. That was a group of police officers.
I'm telling you,
this is one copper that wasn't even on duty when he did what he did.
Politicized in such a way, right, that they're more interested in arresting women at lockdown protests than gangs fighting and knifing each other.
That's
separate. I don't think you guys are disagreeing, by the way. I don't think you guys are disagreeing.
Those are two different issues.
Begged in a knee for Black Lives Matter, right? And then beating up old ladies at a lockdown protest.
No, he's right.
I don't think that's true either.
You see what he's saying, though, Biscuit? He's saying that, like, when it comes to these protests against the police for what just happened, these feminists and the BLM, they're like gloves off, they're very dainty with them, gloves on. But then when it comes to anti-lockdown protests, they're ready to beat the hell out of them.
I agree.
There's a serious disorder today in Clapham Common, in the sense that it wasn't serious disorder, but it could have been an absolute riot. There was no territorial support group, and I understand why, because obviously, the whole thing it's because of a copper had killed, murdered this woman. But it's like total two-tier policing. You see it week in, week out, right? I've done tweets about it today. Watching them arrest old ladies, picking up young ladies on all fours, rear stacked. It's just crazy behavior, and you're seeing them screaming. I thought she was acting a bit. Turns out they pulled her fucking shoulder out. I found out this evening.
Welshie, why do you think they're treating people this way? I mean, police aren't inherently evil people. So what is the disconnect here that is causing these police officers to deal with this crowd, which is seemingly peaceful, in such a violent manner?
The British police have been very political. It's been politicized in such a way now. And like I was saying earlier about taking the knee and stuff, this is what they like. You will see a load of Muslims come protesting outside the French embassy. That's right, because Macron was really strict on them, on the jihadists that kept on doing terrorist attacks in France. Macron said, "Hey, enough of this now. We're gonna deport a lot of them, and etc. We're gonna ban a lot of their churches, their mosques, because they're known for extremist links." So he stepped up the plate. The Muslims in the UK protested outside the French embassy. One day before, they were beating fuck out of peaceful lockdown protests, anti-lockdown protests. A day later, right, they're kicking off outside there. And when I mean beating up, you couldn't even get forms. They were shutting you down before you stopped. A day later,
Why
they're
were they
doing it
doing
outside the French embassy. Nothing. And she's like another example. Nothing. I mean, the Sikhs were protesting around the world. I don't know if you noticed, not long ago, to do with the farming going on in India and all that. And the police, thankfully for everyone, they left them to it as well. They caused chaos in central London, but thankfully they left them to it. Anti-lockdown protest 2 weeks later, 1 week later, smashed fucking skulls.
Well, why?
I don't
Why
know
are they
why,
doing it?
actually. I mean,
My point though, Welshman, was that the guy who killed that woman and raped her, he might as well have been a fireman. And if it was a fireman that did it, would everyone dox all firemen? Or if it was a doctor like Harold Shipman that killed all the old ladies, would the dox all doctors? No, it was just one individual.
Don't make up bullshit and take away your liberty, and then they haven't got the force behind them to back them
No,
up.
I'm just saying, why use that particular incident for violence or for riots? There's plenty of other incidents, like you were saying, with the old people that are being harmed during riots and whatnot, or through
peaceful, literally 100 people getting together, 50 people getting together, then the police will come in hard and fast, arrest anyone holding a sign because they stand out and they want to shut those people down now. And you're getting like 60-year-old people holding a sign above their head, never been involved with the police before, and they just get taken out straight away. And they use the sign to convict these people because the sign is evidence.
But you're wasting time yelling at the guy who's the policeman out in the street. You need to go upstream.
I understand that.
You need to go upstream to see why he's behaving that way.
Mayor of London, right? And we got a dyke for the chief of police in London.
Well, that's not exactly a necessary argument, is it? No. Just because someone's a dyke doesn't mean that they're a bad person.
Crescenda doesn't take dick.
He's up on the Ike Day.
And then Crescenda dick.
You're increasing our editing burden here.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I can only ask so much out of my editors. Before they...
The thing is, you can get on with your life easily.
I guess I like to play devil's advocate quite a lot.
Well, if you don't devils need an advocate.
Stand tall, that's okay. And proud and stand up for something, and you just carry on queuing up outside Tesco's, or queuing up to go to the post office or the butcher's, which it just seems to be like Eastern bread queues all around the UK at the moment. If you're happy to stand in queues, right, and not put your head up, the police will never bother you. You're invisible to the police. But if you stand up with a little sign saying, "Don't trust anything," or "Think for yourself," anything at all, you'll be taken out. I can show you examples, but you won't see it on mainstream media.
I believe you. I've seen things similar to that. I just don't understand where it comes from. You know, the
In what way?
police have a supervisor, and their supervisor has a supervisor, and somehow, you know, upstream is the message that the police have to be very harsh with these lockdown protesters. I don't understand why.
Yeah, and the fact that they're all operating as this herd, and there's not people that are standing there saying, well, these guys are peaceful, so we're not going to hurt them. They're all just rushing at them. It doesn't really make any sense to me. Why?
The police are behaving the same in Canada. I see it all the time in Canada. I see it in Australia behaving the same. I see it all across Europe. You know, Germany, Austria. Police are going in hard, really hard
I
on
think
lockdown
my
protests.
objection, Welshman, is the fact that you say it's all the time and all of them. You can't say that.
Okay, you don't watch what I watch, Biscuit, right? If you
Yeah,
give me
yeah,
5 minutes,
yeah.
I can
There
give
are
you- I can
isolated
give-
incidents,
I
and
can-
yeah, maybe it's a
Just bear
lot,
with
but
me.
it's
Look, I can give you video on video in Australia. I can literally give you like every near enough every protest. You'll see the police going in hard. Okay,
yeah.
and I can show you in Canada the same thing, and I can show you in Europe.
I
Literally now, I'll
understand
go on a
you. I
Telegram
understand your
channel,
point of
read
view, but I
loads of
don't
it.
think you can
Don't
stand
see it.
there and say all police officers are going to hurt people. There is probably going to be 20% of police officers that are bad and going to do what they
You
want.
understand what police officers do? They take people's liberty away. So if they do it lawfully and correctly or unlawfully, part of their job, I'm afraid, is hurting people.
Well, I think what Biscuit you may not be understanding is that according to the Welshman, there's like a policy that they're implementing to be harsher with lockdown protests. It's not isolated incidents. It's a policy.
Going on
But even so, I don't. I think most
Europe, I see it.
the majority of the police are probably more diplomatic than what Welshman's saying.
Well, they've had a year to think about it. They've had a year to decide. They've had a year to think about it, and they still turn up, right? And I'm not being funny. If I was a police officer, which I believe is a hard job, because I would never want to be a police officer for what they do today. Maybe 30 years ago, right? Because they're not the police they were. All right. I would be on the sick now. I wouldn't be going out and doing what they're doing against otherwise lawful people. Remember, they're not Antifa, they're not Black Lives Matter, they're lockdown protests. A lot of these people have never had contact with the police. I mean, Biscuit, go through my channel, mate. You'll see it in my channel. Yeah, I'm picking them out, right? But this is week in, week out. Arrested for feeding the homeless. Arrested for fucking having a different opinion in public. Right? Arrested for walking.
I will not disagree that it happens. But what I don't agree with is that it's prevalent across the board with the majority of the police force.
You won't see it. You won't see it watching the BBC though. They're not going to show it.
I don't watch the BBC. I watch Sky News. I watch RT. I watch Russia Today. I don't just watch one channel. I watch a lot.
Right, they've all got to toe the government line, especially on issues
I've got to get my news from somewhere, and I start with Sky News for a base.
They've got to tell you what they're told to tell you, and if you don't realise that by now, Biscuit.
Give me 1 second. I was just saying, I start with Sky News as a base, and then I radiate across other news networks like RT. I also listen to I forget. Have you heard of Mayor Tusi?
Who?
Oh, yeah, Mayor Tusi. Yeah, I listen to him as well.
He doesn't do actually. It is a lot of politics. He doesn't do current, like proper on the street reporting. He does politics, mate.
Yeah, but it's still an independent reporter that tells the facts, and I don't just get my information from one source. Is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, but you're not seeing it because the mainstream media are not allowed to show it. It's a very controversial subject, okay? The lockdown has got to be complied throughout. This is a plan they did, Event 201. And if you read Event 201, Google Event 201 now, and have a look at the lists, and they tell you about mainstream media. And if they're not scared, we've got to make them scareder. We've got to make them understand. We've got to make them comply. And if we've got to make them scared, that's what we're going to do. The mainstream media are told what to say on these subjects. They've got a bit of free play on other stuff, but not this.
Yeah, I mean, Russia today is a state-owned or state-mandated or state-run
Yeah,
agency.
it's owned by Russia though. It's not owned by the British government. They can
No, right.
they can say what they want about our country.
Right.
Yes, sadly enough, though, Russia today will, not always, but sometimes actually show lockdown protests much more honestly, right? And BLM protests much more honestly than the British
I agree.
media.
That's why I watch them.
I can believe that.
Yeah, there is a difference in RT. But of course, you know, they are there to put Britain down. They are there to put the West down. That's their job, RT. You know, you don't forget that. But they actually do on some occasions. On other occasions, they stab us in the back. They stab the patriots in Britain in the back. I'm sure they stab the Americans in the back, like they all do.
Of course. I think this fella agrees with you, Welshie. He's bang on. And all of a sudden, that's life, but not as we know it, is going back to British terms. He's bang on. Loves it, man.
Sorry to rant on. But I've been watching it for about 3 hours.
No, I find it very informational. I really appreciate it.
What's crazy is the police just did not react today. They you know, honestly, if you see, I've been to a protest where there's been 12 people and the police are just shutting them down.
Welshman.
Going up this. Sorry. Yeah, the police are just shutting people down like a dozen people. You know, straight away they're saying if you don't move, we're going to arrest you. And then you see this protest tonight, and obviously the police had to have a standoff approach.
Let me ask you this: is it legal to protest?
Sorry?
Isn't it legal to protest in the UK?
No, not in the UK at the moment.
It's not legal.
They've banned that, mate. Like they've banned free speech in the UK. Yeah, banned. It's been banned for 4 months now in the UK at least. Well, actually, a bit more, most probably. Yeah, it has been a bit more. But yeah.
Did we lose Biscuit?
He looks frozen.
Locked in syndrome, huh, Biscuit? We'll get some help to you.
That's fine.
In and out, out and in.
I think he might have to
Yeah, I mean, they've banned a lot of things in the UK at the moment. But yeah, protest is currently illegal in the UK.
And that's because they're saying that it could coincide with a group gathering or something like that.
Yeah, all that COVID nonsense. I mean, basically, there was a High Court hearing this morning in the UK, which is very rare on a Saturday, I believe, which they stated that this vigil, you know, this honouring this woman that was murdered, cannot take place. They appealed it and they lost the appeal. And what they should have done, they should have let it happen, because by knocking it back, more people came out. And I can put it in the side chat now, a couple of clips. It was really intense.
I hope they do go.
Nothing really happened, but it's like a tinder pot that's going to pop.
I would say you should be proud of your countrymen if they ignore the ban and go out there and protest.
I'm very proud of my forefathers, but I'm ashamed of my country. We're a country full of liberal cucks.
But if they do go out and protest, even when it's banned, that you should be proud of.
Yeah, but why weren't they protesting? Why weren't they like so upset when like, for example, we can talk about the gang grooming in the UK.
Yeah.
So why weren't they upset about the 1,400 girls that were abused in Rotherham? Why weren't they upset about the 1,100 that was groomed in Rochdale? Why weren't they upset about the 500 in Newcastle?
I wish we had one of them on so you could ask them why they have such selective outrage.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly right. And let's even out the screen here with a new person. We have Mr. Cypher This.
Hey guys.
I recognize that man. He's gorgeous. He's gorgeous.
I'm a gorgeous man.
He's just so gorgeous.
My hair's growing back in very nicely.
Oh, you're beautiful man. Beautiful man.
Well, had my COVID shot, the Johnson & Johnson we wrote about. I wrote it about. I wrote. You got me talking that way. I wrote about it.
Now you made sure they used the right Johnson and Johnson container. They didn't reach for the lemon pledge container instead of the COVID vaccine container.
They didn't pull it out of a powder. They didn't make it out of a powder. Dusted it on my butt first, and then shot it into me.
A poultice.
A poultice.
Yes. Our COVID vaccine is a topical. Don't ask questions.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, congratulations, Cypher. You're going to be a free man in a couple of weeks.
So was that the one? You didn't get the Johnson and Johnson, or did you?
I did. Yes.
You did. Right, Miss Johnson.
No.
It's a baby lotion.
Where'd you
Baby
shoot?
bath, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
No more tears. Vaccine. Johnson and
Put me
Johnson.
in an oily bath, and then dusted me up, and then they kicked me out of the clinic.
Right. That's funny. Well, good for you, man.
Yeah. Are you seeing my picture as being a regular color picture? Because I've done something weird. My main computer's in the shop, and I've got a computer monitor cable that I think I've hooked up incorrectly. So I'm seeing everybody in purple and green.
Well, are you wearing? I mean, what I see is you're wearing an orange shirt, and your
liar,
your face is in blackface. Is that what you got?
I mean, you look fine.
That's it. I'm in high contrast. That's right.
You look good.
You look fine.
Okay.
The light you're using might be a little bit on the blue spectrum.
I agree. It's what do they call that? It's
a little better.
Cool.
Cold. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, it's a LED, bright LED.
My light is too warm. It's like it's dimmed incandescent.
Steve, I'm going to come out and come back in. The volume's really low for me. It has been for a while. But let me come out and come back in and have a look, all right?
No problem, dude. I'll bump you right back in when you need to. Yeah.
I saw both Drone Tech and Aphid Lip are muted and off screen. They've been off screen for quite a while.
They're off embracing somewhere.
Yeah. I bet Aphid's on the floor with his wife right now doing things.
Yeah.
I'm sure of it.
Drone Tech's filming.
Yeah. I recall some memories. They're 40-year-old memories, but I had some great memories. Floor memories. Very nice.
Well, that's why you live in Florida.
Florida.
Yeah.
Florida? I live in Florida.
Man, I miss me some Florida. Right now, when it's dead up here and everything sucks and it's not quite spring yet, Florida is hopping right now.
It's bike week. It's bike week in the Daytona area, so we've got the bikers sound like a bunch of huge bumblebees out there,
I can imagine.
I don't know about you, Smokesteve, but here in Maryland, I find February is the worst month of all for me. It's just too cold, and I'm already so sick of winter that February is like the last straw.
I'll give you that because you don't get any free gifts in February. Just this last week, we got like 68, 70 degrees up here.
Yeah.
So that's what you get in March in the Northeast. That's your little break, your blessing,
I have the AC on right now. It's just too humid. Even though it's only in the high 70s, low 80s, it's still very humid and it gets uncomfortable. It's sticky. Even in the low 80s, it's sticky. So anyway, good to see you guys. I really did want to stay off and see if I always want to see a crew that's your guys' age or younger. And when I say your guys' last dance, I don't mean you.
I understand.
You're closer to my age.
I don't even like looking at me in the screen.
You're within 8 years of me? 8 years. I'm 67.
I am 58. Coming in a few days, I'll be 59.
Working on that bachelor's degree, 67. A young man working on the bachelor's.
I already got a bachelor's degree. I'm way ahead of you, bastard.
You are way ahead of him, as are most people.
But when you get your bachelor's degree, you'll have caught up.
Yeah, an A in organizational behavior, a B+ in management, and a B+ in law, business, and society.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Man, I'm gonna be learned man before it's all over.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Steve likes
Well,
that southern
well,
voice.
eventually we will have to
That's
treat
the
you with
old-
some respect.
The old Belvedere voice. The old Belvedere.
So you're going to be using all of that in your job. Like that's all pertinent to what you're going to be making money with. You know?
Yeah, I'll be collecting my Social Security as a learned man.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to go back to work or not. You know, I mean, my insurance license is still active. I mean, I've kept up with my continuing education. You know, I don't have any, real big dings. I have a sad story about when my mother died. I went to work the next day like an idiot, and I had taken extra, pain medications just to deaden the horrible sadness and depression. And I okayed a decision by my office manager to do something that I shouldn't have okayed, and I ended up paying for it out of pocket. I let people rebind their insurance after letting it lapse after they had put a claim in. And you can't do that to your insurance company that you're representing. You can't go, oh, you didn't have insurance when you had a loss, and now you want to have insurance.
It's like giving money away.
Exactly.
Right.
It's other people's money. And I just didn't care. I mean, I was so completely, listless that I let that happen. So other than that was that me? That sounded like me.
There was feedback with it.
It was a feedback on me. It sounded like.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, well, you there, Steve? Uh-oh. No, I'm not hearing anything.
He's muted, but he's there.
Oh, okay. I see it. I got you. But
Well, I'm getting ready to change my internet provider.
Oh, yeah?
yeah, it's Biscuit's fault.
It just kicked me off, wankers.
Yeah.
And then my computer decided it were going to have a shit hit the fan.
Turn your volume down. Turn your volume down, Biscuit.
Oh, am I too loud?
Super duper loud. Yeah.
Oh,
Am I right,
don't
last
have
man?
any. Is there any way of doing that on here?
I don't know.
Or do you?
You're there.
I don't know if you.
That's definitely you've got two feeds going. But anyway, other than that one ding on my insurance license, I'm good. I'm good to go. I mean, if I've got a friggin' bachelor's to boot, I could. We've got a couple of heavy hitting insurance companies in the district that would probably love to have me on board, especially if I came fairly cheap.
Is this any? I've moved the microphone further away. Is that any better?
A little bit better. I mean, am I right, Last Dance? Isn't he very loud? I mean, or am I?
He's loud. I mean, I just assume it's because he has a better microphone than I do.
Yeah,
Drone Tech was loud too.
And it could be just I have my volume turned up too loud too. Hey, Philip.
What's going on?
Good. I took a couple of cheap shots at you there a little earlier, but
Oh, you did? What'd you say, man?
I was just I was in the cheap seats, and I took some pot shots at you. Just
Absolutely.
the usual.
Was it my balling? Because you ain't got much room to talk there, bud.
Yeah, you made a good point. He got angry and threw a beer at you.
Catching up. No, it was. Now, earlier, before you came on, I was saying how I lost my shit right after the election for a little while.
Did you?
Yeah. A cup of tea had it pinned way back in December, early December, late, November, saying that the election broke him. I felt like it did, man. I was like, and I was buying into the stolen election narrative for quite a while. I mean,
I think we know that. You were angry.
Yeah,
I can see why people would be upset at who got in office, but at who lost office. I've never liked a politician enough to be upset. If somebody lost.
Yeah, but yeah,
that's all right.
Anyway,
that's all right.
I took my shots at you on the side.
Well, what'd you say? I'm here now.
It was fun. It was.
What are you guys debating about?
You got the Cypher's admitting that he took some cheap shots at me, and I wasn't around.
Go back.
Let me read from it. Let's see.
Yeah. I just
Cypher this.
I mean,
Aphid Lip is a rapist and a murderer. Don't let
Well,
him
I mean,
say otherwise.
So far, I
lying.
can't disagree
You
with what
lying
he's got to say.
bastard, you.
Aphid Lip is actually a felon on the run.
Oh, that was low.
All lies. That's
Cypher.
all lies.
Worst of all, Aphid
Where
Lip
are
is a liberal.
Where is it?
It's because he had to give me money.
That was it. That
It's
was
because
it.
he had to give me money, I think.
It's good.
Where is it?
The,
I'm voting back now.
almighty
No, I'm
dollar.
voting back. Beware the cranberry bogs. That was a pretty good
I just see cup of
There
tea.
is
I'm sure
such a
cup
thing.
of tea never has anything negative to say about me, so I'm sure it wasn't him.
No, I didn't get on this part early enough.
Whenever I hear the word cranberry, I think of Dolores O'Riordan.
Oh,
And
Dolores
a
O'Riordan.
tear comes to my eye.
I don't
She's
know
dead now.
The
huh?
reference.
That's right.
Is that a movie reference?
That's the
The
singer
singer.
of the Cranberries.
Cranberries was an Irish group.
Oh, yeah.
Last dance, for
group.
those of us that can't remember, would you mind belting out a few lines to help us refresh our memory of what she sounded like?
No, I would mind. You would mind too if I actually did it.
Well, I
Is
mean,
it-
zombie.
Yeah, well,
Zombie, zombie,
Terrible
zombie.
song. Terrible.
Smokesteve,
song.
maybe Last Dance just needs a little background noise
No,
to
see-
help.
See, a thing about
Help.
me is I never liked the Cranberries, man, or the Proclaimers. Hated the Proclaimers.
Another in my head, zombie. That one, yeah.
What
I'm
I
thinking about the right song.
And the other song
Not
they
bad,
had,
not bad.
the other song they had, she keeps
does have
saying, she keeps
resonant
saying,
voice.
linger, and you had to let it linger. I keep
Oh, is
thinking
that the
about
song?
Oh
that
God,
about
yes.
Cranberry
Sinead
song?
O'Connor, is that who we're talking about?
the Cranberries.
Oh, is that
I
Cranberries?
might have
I
been
do
singing
let it
from.
linger.
I might have been singing from the Sinead O'Connor version. To be fair,
Dolores O'Riordan. Yeah, for me, it's sad because I remember I'm old enough to remember when this group first came out of the scene, and
It's a long
these
time.
very young people, 20 somethings, and
Whippersnappers.
fast forward 30 years, and she drowns in a bathtub because she was so drunk that she just,
Is that how she died?
Yeah, she just
Oh, I didn't know
slipped
that.
under the water and drowned.
Oh, my.
Oh,
Seems like a pretty easy way to go, though.
I knew she died, but I didn't know that's how she died.
But she was Irish, so it makes
That's
sense.
right. The problem was the bathtub.
Really?
drinking out of the bathtub.
I mean, you can get so drunk that you just pass out and don't notice you're drowning.
That's how.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That's crazy, man. That's
you can
crazy.
pass out drunk, and if you're in the water, that's not good.
Well, if it's one of those combination drug scenarios where you've got another drug along with the
Yeah, I
grog.
would think there's something else at work there.
Yeah. I'm trying to think
when
of-
you're my size and you get in the bathtub drunk, it's very impossible to drown.
Well, don't test it to see if it's true.
Oh no, it is literally impossible. I've tried to put my head under the water. You can't even get my head under the line of the bathtub.
if you oiled up, just oil yourself up.
About the oven,
Drown
though.
yourself,
No.
it might work.
I would have to go in head first.
Have you tried a shotgun? You should.
That'd work.
That was the cheap shot I took at you, Aphid. You had mentioned something about, a joke that somebody about oiling themselves up, and then I said you like to hear about men oiling themselves up.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
I do remember. Was it Drone Tech? Was I asking
I
him?
think so.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
can't
yeah,
remember.
yeah, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's it. That's
I
it.
can't remember why, but
I went
Hey,
back.
it sounds like something
In
I'd
case
say.
you're not, in case
our
you're unsure,
sidebar
everything I
chat-
said was a lie.
Are you guys wanting to debate any topics or anything tonight, or
Oh,
I don't want to intrude on your usual.
We'll do it.
I got something.
I don't want to intrude on your usual easygoingness, but
Well, since you're welcoming some talk, I got something to ask you, Drone Tech, and I don't mean to pry. You seem like a type that wouldn't mind, though. It seemed like you got kicked from Twitter, right? And then not too much after that, you were on the Trigger Warning Christmas special show, right?
oh yeah.
Okay, so when you did that show, it seemed like some of the things you said, and I could have just read this wrong, and that's why I'm asking. But it seemed like you weren't like you were ashamed to like give your opinion on certain things because you thought you would lose followers over it. Is that true? Do you understand what I'm asking?
What about Trump and all that?
Yeah,
about
like
the stolen
about
you did
January
a tweet.
6th.
Yeah, you did a tweet where I think at one point you said something about like it's time to face it that he lost or whatever.
Right.
And did that affect? Because I know you do this. You know, this is like your source of income, isn't it? Like your present.
Yeah, but
so
full disclosure, I'm signed up with an ad agency so it's like a job, but that they have nothing to do with what I say or anything. They don't influence it. They in fact tell me to do whatever I want. So, but yeah, I'm not at this point, dude. I literally am losing like 600 subs every 28 days. So it's like I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm not too worried about it.
Well, I guess my curiosity in the question is: do you think that does it influence the stuff you say or the direction you go on certain topics because you're worried about like pleasing your losing subs or not, basically?
No, I'm not worried about losing subs at all. I am worried about losing my channel. And so I try to be as strategic as I can possibly be while still addressing the topics I think need to be addressed. So that I would say that's it. I mean, I'm not worried about losing subs. I don't care about that, but I don't. Yeah, it's and the ad agency that I told you about, they're not going to drop me for any reason like that. So, you know, I say whatever I want to say. I will say that I do walk on eggshells a little bit when I talk about January 6th. I shouldn't because I know the truth about it, but I do try to, pad it as much as possible, I guess.
Pad in which way? Like what? How?
Well, I will say that I don't like what happened, and I'd like to talk about this topic actually, but I don't like what happened on January 6th when I watched it unfold. I got a very sick feeling in my stomach. I didn't like it. All right, but especially going back now, standing back months later and seeing what happened. It's not at all like what the media and stuff's making it out to be. I mean, do we all agree on that?
I certainly do.
Yeah, it was not an insurrection. No. It was not white supremacist. It was not a violent terrorist attack on the country. It wasn't any of these things. It was at most a mild riot. It was like mild civil disobedience.
It was so mild. They were sitting down having coffees and stuff, and taking memorabilia out. I mean, not even valuable memorabilia, just like things.
I think
posing for photos.
Right, but talking about these things is dangerous. That's why I don't want to necessarily do it.
Let me ask you a question then. What about the video that we all saw of the cop getting hit in the head?
Crushed in the door.
No. That guy was fine. He was fine.
He was fine.
Crushed in the door. When you say that, crushed in the door, that's what the media was saying. Nobody was crushed in a door.
Well, it looked like he was in a lot of pain when he was being squished between people and other people.
Literally, the only person that died at that, what happened there, was the unarmed Air Force veteran Trump supporter that was shot through the throat for no fucking reason.
I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about
there was actually 5 that died, wasn't there?
Right. Yeah. Okay. Let's break it down like this.
Those looks safe and live.
As far as I can see, there was no police officers there really that was like 100% targeted. Like the one getting crushed, there was people trying to stop him getting crushed. Yeah.
Right.
No one really wanted to hurt any of them there. Right.
Right. And let me also interject this real quick. FBI Director Wray got in front of Congress, and I'm baffled by this. I still don't understand what I'm witnessing here. But he got up there and said that BLM and Antifa, they had no evidence that they had anything to do with any. And I actually know what he's doing. He's playing this word game that the media does, and that that shows the level of corruption that we're dealing with here. But we know for a fact that a BLM member, or at least a guy who ran with BLM and Antifa, we're told now, of course, that he was kicked out of BLM.
I know who you're talking about.
Right. He was literally on video, instigating
BLM
violence.
Black Lives Matter.
Not only that, but look, when he was he tried to destroy some stuff on video, and Trump supporters jumped in to stop him. And then the video that he had, he got paid by CNN, MSNBC tens of thousands of dollars for it.
And that's the video we see her getting shot in the throat. That ex-veteran.
Right, exactly. He took that video. Yep.
This is John Sullivan, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Him. Yep.
Yeah.
And you know what's interesting? You know what's interesting?
He organized this riot, or
he
somehow
did
instigated it. That's completely dishonest.
Well, he did it on Discord. Well, he didn't instigate the whole thing.
He definitely was there, and
right.
The people that were arrested were, for the most part, exactly what we were expecting.
Right. Yeah, I'm not saying that there was like a BLM Antifa conspiracy. I'm not saying that. But I am saying that there were people there, verifiably, that were not Trump supporting right-wingers. If not, I mean, they were BLM supporters. They're on video, inciting people, instigating people, doing damage themselves, talking about burning it down and shit. And then they get paid for the video, and we're told that there's no evidence? Like, what the hell is that?
Look out for that John Brennan character.
Well, yeah, that guy's lied multiple times under oath and somehow doesn't ever get in trouble.
John Brennan, he's something.
Hey, last dance of the living. So you had a little dissension there. I'm interested in that, actually. I'm interested in that. Like, what are your? Well, no. I'm just wondering, like, what your feelings.
I agree almost 95% everything you said. I find.
Oh, okay.
I find the armed insurrection narrative to be one of the most dishonest narratives in the history, of media in the U.S. It's so dishonest.
In 2015, at a BLM rally where they were calling for violence against police, somebody at the rally ambushed a bunch of cops. It's on video. He murdered them. He killed them. Got into gunfights with them. And like I said, you can look this up. And then he got barricaded in an apartment, and they killed him there. Immediately after that, you can find the video on YouTube. The chief of police there got on camera to do a interview, and he's like, "Oh, one of the first things he said, this guy had nothing to do with Black Lives Matter." Like, and then the media went on this blitz. This has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. Like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
It's the same in the UK when they have a stabbing attack. Within an hour, they're saying it's nothing to do with any religious business. You know what I mean?
Right, but one guy.
How can they make that up in 2 minutes? How can they actually decide that in like a half hour?
Right, one guy shows up with the Confederate flag, and the entire fucking thing's white supremacist. The same thing with the anti-lockdowns. One guy showed up with the Confederate flag, the entire thing is white supremacist. It's just
so the guy in Texas was a veteran, I believe.
Who killed all the cops.
Well, he wasn't a legit.
What about the whole crowd shouting "Hang Mike Pence"? Hang Mike Pence.
Drummed out of the service.
So what? They shouted that. That doesn't mean that there was an armed insurrection.
Okay.
It's threat, though, isn't it?
It's honorable, but he was.
It's still a threat.
Teased out.
No, it's not.
It's not a. Have you seen what's going on in America? Burning, looting, and murdering.
I guess my problem is if you don't like one, why can you accept the other? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
No, I don't accept. And here, this is another thing I want to throw out there.
You make you make excuses and play it down.
No, I'm not making excuses.
Well,
I'm looking at it objectively.
If it was an insurrection,
I don't agree. I'm sorry, but I don't think you're.
So tell me,
one side saying it's really bad, and one side saying it's nothing. It's somewhere in between, in my opinion.
Well, I'm not saying it's nothing. I said it was a mild riot, mild civil disobedience, especially compared to
way more the fact that it was there.
It's no. Because. No, look, during the Kavanaugh hearings, the confirmation, Kavanaugh was being confirmed, right? He was in the process of it. Democrats raided the building and tried to stop it. Is that an insurrection? Yeah, how about this? How about after George W. Bush was elected, right? They said that he stole the election. During his inaugural parade, it was a riot. Like tens of thousands of Democrats literally attacked, and they attacked his motorcade. They had to cancel the whole thing because they attacked his motorcade. Was that an insurrection?
So the whole insurrection,
in my opinion, yeah. If it stops the movement of the process, then That's
I mean, if you're gonna
not
break,
good for them.
if you're gonna break the law, you're breaking the law. You know, I don't
Yeah,
see much of a
exactly.
difference.
Yeah,
If
but
you,
it's always
you
about-
storm the
Wording doesn't
Capitol,
matter, does it really?
I mean, how can you not think that you know, whether there's any media or anybody talking about it, let's just see live footage of the whole event. And our children and stuff seeing, you know, people storming the Capitol of where.
Well, they were let in. They were let in.
I'm saying that's wrong too, though. I
Yeah,
mean,
that is wrong.
I
There was
don't see
only
how you,
Is it
I don't
wrong?
see how you make
Is it wrong?
that they just let them in. Yeah,
It's
I'm
the
not
people's
bothered by
capital. It's their capital. They're
there
the
was
citizens.
videos of a police officer letting people
So-
in, but that police officer was
People
only that police officer was only leading those people away from politicians
from what
that
you
was in
say-
danger.
From
Hey,
what you
Philip,
say,
look
Drone-
at-
from what you say, Drone Tech, if you're acting like if let's say there was no laws and the people were doing their job, sitting at their desk, and this mob storms through the doors.
You mean
and
like
goes,
during the
"Hold on,
confirmation
hold on,
of Kavanaugh?
Hold on.
You mean
hold
like
on."
that?
No, I'm explaining what's going on. So they storm the Capitol. They go in where everybody's doing their business, and you don't think that all those people that are storming it are going to do anything bad to Nancy Pelosi sitting there? Or you think they're just going to walk up to her and try to reason with her?
There's no
What
evidence.
evidence
of
do
that
we
at
have
all.
otherwise?
That Nancy
You think they're gonna?
Pelosi-
You think they're gonna reason with her? Like they're all just gonna storm in there and just reason with her and just
Well,
Hey,
like,
Philip, let me ask you
show me
this.
some evidence
When they
that otherwise.
stormed
You
the
better leave
confirmation
it
hearing,
Dude, that's right.
when they stormed the confirmation hearing of Kavanaugh, what do you think of that? Remember they were pounding on
I
the
know, but
doors
see,
and shit.
you're coming at this, like I said, that you're not coming to it You're
I'm
objecting.
asking for.
I know, but
I'm asking for
because
consistent
all of
standards. That's it.
All of it's wrong. Why would you
Yeah, but
sit
did they
here and
call it
think
an
that I'm
armed-
going to accept one thing over another?
It's
One
because
is this
of
amazing
media
act of
and-
democracy. The other one is an armed white supremacist insurrection,
No,
terrorist attack on the
they,
country.
That's
they
exactly-
completely took over the whole entire Capitol and had everybody running. And
Yeah.
they had to go down into the bunkers.
There was
of-
theatrics, yes.
They didn't have to go anywhere. They did go down there. There was,
So you think? Wait,
the
last
Patriots
dance. You
wanted a
think
proper riot,
honestly? You're
and they
a
wanted
reasonably
something
thinking
left.
people
Do you
person.
know what?
You think that they're going to go in there and reason with all these people?
Done the job. That's the difference. They weren't there to take over. They were there
Honestly.
to show force. They
you're
were-
kidding me.
Here's words that
Let
will
it
end
go.
all of you.
Let it go.
Here's words that will end all of your guys' questions. Was any of us there? Was any of us actually there? Can we say for fact that none of them was there to hurt people? We can't.
The rationale is insane.
I don't think it's okay, Aphid Lip. I'm just arguing
Right,
that
I don't either.
the descriptions of it are outrageously exaggerated.
But you think they're
Over
going to
the
be
top.
they're going to be cool
That's
with
some-
it? And they're just going to walk in there and try to reason with. They're breaking
It was the
windows
most-
down.
It was the most
No. Aphid Lip. Aphid Lip.
You
Have you
didn't
watched
break
all
it?
these videos?
They didn't.
Have
break
you watched
any
all these
windows?
videos?
Oh, I saw them get let
There's
in.
Trump supporters all over the place stopping people from doing things.
Yeah,
Like
I mean,
all over the place.
That's
I'm
the
talking
other
about
thing is
people
by
that
far
breach
most of the
the
crowd
Capitol.
were
Obviously, that's what we're talking about. Is people that breach the Capitol. We're not talking about
Yeah,
how
yeah, they
some
were
Trump
inside.
supporters
They were
were like,
inside
"Oh, please don't
stopping
do this."
some
That's not
idiot
what
from
we're talking
Smoke
about.
Steve wife, yes.
Wild riot.
Yes.
Wild riot.
Smoke Steve, you're gonna bring your
Dissect.
wife out here. Let me debate her.
She won't. She won't.
I don't have any sympathy for the guy that threw that fire extinguisher. Even if he
No,
didn't
there was
harm
no fire
anybody.
extinguisher. That's not a
No, no,
that didn't happen.
It's
made up.
Yes, it did.
Fire extinguishers
No, it
were
didn't.
there.
It did not happen.
It's made up.
Why do you think it happened, Last Dance?
It's
I
a
saw
public
the
building. It
video.
had fire
No, you
extinguishers.
didn't. Show it to me.
He threw
Show it
the
to me.
video. He didn't hit
Show it
the
to
guy
me.
that died was not hit with a fire extinguisher. I
No.
agree.
Okay, yeah.
But there was
But
a
there were
guy
fire
that threw a
extinguishers
fire
there.
extinguisher. It didn't hurt anybody, but the point is it could have. He
Listen to me.
very reckless and he should be prosecuted.
Okay, you're right. You're right. Now a person should be charged. But look at Portland. Literally, they were. There's
don't care
videos
about
of them
Portland.
throwing. I don't know what kind of explosive device. They were bombs of some kind. They weren't fireworks. But there are videos of them throwing like pipe bombs at the courthouse in Portland. Like
Well,
that's
literal
fine.
pipe bombs.
That's not okay.
fine.
I saw it.
That's
I
fine.
saw it.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Grenades.
And a bit of fire to keep warm. There's nothing wrong with that. You've got to understand. And a bit of decorating with paint or acid or shit or whatever they else want to throw. It's just modern art. Don't you understand? There's a big difference.
That's only the whole like what happened in
Thank
Portland.
you.
Or
That's why
something.
you're based.
That's only an argument if there's somebody here that actually thinks that what
Free
that
base.
incident was okay.
Freebase.
Nobody
Aphid
thinks
Lip.
that.
Aphid
There's
Lip.
nobody here that
You
thinks
say
that.
nobody thinks that. All right, let me
I
go
said
ahead and
nobody
smash
here,
that.
I said nobody here thinks that.
Okay,
Well,
so
you
there's no
can't
debate
speak
after
for
that, I guess.
everybody. You
Biscuit
can't
tapes.
speak for everybody.
Do you
Adrian.
think that it's okay for people to go to Portland and do what they're doing in Portland?
Well, no, but the FBI, our government says that what they did is okay because they did it after hours. They literally said that. Do you know that?
No, but
You know,
I'm not agreeing with.
Do you
it.
know that our? Do you know that when
Look at something objectively?
Do you know that when what's his name? The Supreme Court Justice, what's his name? Obama's
Thurgood Marshall.
No, it's not Merrick Garland. When he was during his confirmation, they asked him about that, and he said, "Oh well, we don't see what they're doing as domestic terrorism because their attacks happened after hours, and there were no people in the building."
That's a lot less worse. That's
Which isn't true. Which isn't even true, by the way.
That's public building vandalism, isn't it?
It's a little bit less egregious.
I
That's
think
what the point they're making there.
Okay, so
No, it's not though. How is it? How is it less egregious? They're throwing
There's
bombs.
nobody there to be hurt.
Federal troops
Yes,
are throwing
seriously.
bombs.
It was a mile, Brian. It was not a
That
spicy
was why
riot. It was a
BLM got
mile,
away
Brian.
with so much shit that they got away with was when COVID occurred and all of the business people and corporations were removed from their properties and their assets. Those assets and property were attacked like a motherfucker.
I love your assets, Cypher.
Well,
So-
BLM,
let me ask you guys
Well,
quickly
that
this.
kind of talk.
Let me ask you this. What would have happened if in the Capitol building some of the more aggressive or violent protesters did get to Mike Pence?
What
What would the Secret Service have done? What's your guess? Your best
There would have
guess?
been a bloodbath. There
They
would have
would
been a
have put
bloodbath.
them
no doubt.
down in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, there would have been a bloodbath.
yeah, and it
No
wouldn't-
doubt about it.
No,
No,
you say that willingly and able at your own accord, Drone.
And it would have been justified.
Absolutely.
Right. So in the moment, they were fearing death.
I'm sorry.
I don't know about that though, because these people. Look,
serious talk.
here's my thing: the people that were let in were just like walking around, like looking at things and
Right.
making memes. Like they weren't
That's the people that walked in after the front
No,
line. The
it
front line
wasn't.
people. Those people walked in, and they were hell bent on.
You're talking about the guys with the cuffs or whatever.
I'm talking about the front line. The people that were pushing the law enforcement trying to keep them back, or the people that were chasing the black guy up the stairs, and he led them the wrong way.
Chase the black guy up the stairs.
The
Why'd you
black
mention
security
this
guard.
guy?
Being
Well, I mean, I could explain it
kidding,
some other
I'm
way.
just kidding.
Oh, black guy, huh?
The hero, the hero, the hero.
The hero.
It's a black
Like the one that
guy.
got medals and that, right?
My only point, guys, I did not like what happened there. I thought it was I told you it made me feel sick when I was watching it. I felt literally sick to my stomach. So I'm telling you that I did not like it. But the way the media is using it is nefarious AF. I mean,
But
they're
why can't it just
clearly
stop
trying
it?
to like gain something out of it.
But isn't the bigger story really like how that you feel awkward and uncomfortable about it happening than how the media reacted to it? I mean,
Oh, I
That's
think the
no,
media
I-
reaction is a
that-
huge
Why?
story.
Are you
In what
kidding me? After
way?
6 months, of like violent rioting from communist groups, like no, I don't feel anything. I'm sorry.
Was it 150 days rioting in
I'm
Portland?
just saying the level that you put the media's reaction up to over the incident that happened itself is just I don't know. To me, I don't
What?
see it that way.
Aphid they are on TV every night saying that it was a white supremacist uprising, insurrection, armed insurrection, a terrorist attack on the country.
I think
they're
it's
they're literally talking about drone striking American citizens.
And they
Republicans.
said-
I apologize
I
in
do.
advance, Drone Tech, but I think that you use it as an excuse to feel better about feeling guilty about the incident happening in the first
No, I don't feel any guilt. Why would I feel any guilt? I don't feel any guilt. I just didn't like what happened. I don't like our side stooping that level, and I don't consider those people my side anyway. Like the people who,
Well, I mean,
who
you
get to
just
those
said
levels. No, but look, like that. What happened there was like one time. Like, how often can you remember in the last 20 years right-wing Republican people, conservative people fighting with police? How many times has it happened?
Never.
Well, I'm the most important because I'm the
Never?
center square. I'm
And
in
yet,
the center
it's like-
square. I'm the most
that's like-
important. There you go. That's it.
No, look, that's like boilerplate for the left. That's like a Democrat rally they fight with police.
coming through the doors, wasn't it? There was back the blue flags coming through the doors of the Capitol. Loads of them.
The Oklahoma City bombing.
Oh,
The Okies.
Okay.
You had to go. You had to go back to
One
that.
guy.
How long ago was that? One guy.
I mean, you asked me a question. I answered the question.
And I don't know if he's right wing. He was
Absolutely.
something. I don't know if that was a different time, a different
I'd say he
era.
was right wing.
I wish I had your knowledge, Aphid.
He wasn't a Christian. A lot of people say he was a Christian. He wasn't.
How many people
He
have
was,
the Oklahoma City
It's a
bombing
history book.
on their lips, ready to go?
Dude,
I know, it's like, holy shit.
We
Like
are
that-
not worthy, Aphid. We are not worthy.
Aphid, the very fact that that's what you have to bring up should
No,
like,
man,
Man,
you never
yeah,
played it.
it's the first thing that came to mind when you asked.
what?
Yeah,
I
that
know.
far back. That far
I
back.
mean,
You're right. I mean,
Eric Rudolph, he was kind of right wing too.
That was
Eric
a
Rudolph,
conclusion,
the
Okie-
Atlanta City,
Okie
the
Common was
you know,
how about the Las Vegas shooter? He targeted a country music festival. Who do you
I mean-
think was mostly at that festival?
well, I would guess that he would have voted for Trump if
and it's kind of weird that just kind of
No,
disappeared, never to be spoken of again, right?
Yeah.
He was in favor of bump stocks. That we know.
Biggest story ever. Biggest story for about fucking I don't know how long, for 2 weeks
Huh.
solid. And then all
He
of a sudden,
targeted
nothing
a
makes
concert
sense.
of
You're right.
likely
Nothing
white
makes
Trump
sense.
supporters.
yeah. Well, I mean,
It's
do
like
you want
it's
to
just-
elaborate or just leave it at
No, I mean, to me, the silence from the media and the fact that it's just like never to be spoken of again, like that. Think about what happened there. That dude mowed down like hundreds of people. Like, was it hundreds of people?
No,
It was
50,
bad.
50,
54.
Bad. That's what it is.
50.
Well, I saw a video. I remember seeing a video, and you could see people like dropping. You know,
Well,
It's-
to be fair, at that time in history, there was things like that going on every weekend in malls and at church, at schools,
Yeah,
at
but-
churches.
But why?
Yeah,
Why
I
is it all
guess
gone quiet?
that was a
Why is
little
it all gone
higher,
quiet?
though.
Why
I mean,
haven't we
a
got a resolution to it. Why is it all just like nothing now? What is going on with that?
It was
yeah,
nothing.
I think it's weird
Why?
Mm.
In what way? Well, like
What's that? What's weird?
because the guy had a bunch of military like weaponry.
Was
Like,
it
didn't he have
40
machine gun,
weapons?
like an actual machine gun?
It was
I
40
can't
weapons.
remember
I
now.
think.
No, he
Yeah,
had bump
well-
stocks. Bump stocks. Which,
Oh, bump stocks. That's right. That's
they're
right.
spring
Okay.
loaded,
Carried
and
up
you can
40
fire
weapons.
your finger back and forth to hit the trigger.
His target to me is odd. I just feel like a country music festival, it's almost guaranteed that like most of those people are Trump supporters. It just seems odd to me.
Yeah, it's
Well,
not
he
guaranteed.
should've-
took
he should've
40
done
The
one
fact
weapons,
that
guys.
it just
It
kind of
was meant to be
disappeared and we don't
CCTV.
talk about it, and it's just I don't know. You're right though, Aphid, about it being sort of common. I mean,
it
was
was
a lot of
back then.
shooting.
It was. I think we
Yeah.
talked about that last
what's up
week.
with that though?
I know.
Like, why did we have all these shootings like that?
I think it's a total fad thing. I think
Yeah,
it's. I think
you
it's.
might be
A,
right.
I think it is. I think it's a.
Yeah.
You know, they see it happen, and that's the cool thing, right then.
Psyops.
Yep. Crazy. Yeah, there's some weirdness about it though. I mean, the fact that Democrats are always ready to pounce and to get rid of the Second Amendment, essentially. Don't you think it's weird, Aphid Lip, that like the First and Second Amendment are under like constant assault?
Well, I mean, they're the most out there in the open and the most important. I think probably.
Right.
You know?
They're the most important.
I mean, that's why they're 1 and 2.
Yeah. And they're the top two that are under constant attack by the one party that seems to be in league with communists and who the Chinese communists seem to flood to. And they also seem to flood to the San Francisco Bay Area where, wow, there's lots of liberals and Democrats.
Yeah, that's where the homosexuals are. That's why.
Well,
Where
more
Nancy,
than that, like,
that damn Nancy Pelosi, she's a bitch.
Yeah, I'm looking at a picture of that.
I love Nancy Pelosi.
Oh,
That-
you do not, you liar.
She's handsome like you are.
I like refrigerators.
I'd do her backside.
I love refrigerators.
All right, guys, I gotta go cook dinner for my lovely.
Oh, you liar. You just
Wife.
get out of here.
No, it's
Oh,
her
he's
birthday.
feeling
Her
around.
birthday. Last dance.
Well, talk to me,
We
man.
caught.
All right, yeah.
We're sitting over there, and you said your birthday's in a couple days.
It is.
What? It is.
She's a. You're a. And she was like, "Oh, are you a Pisces?"
Happy
I am, but
birthday,
I don't-
lad.
Yeah, she's like that's
You
why
big
I like.
fish, you.
That's why I like Last Dance.
I was
Fresh
going to say I
fish.
don't put any
Oh.
stock in that, but
He's
Here's
the
Irene.
one.
I'll retract that.
Oh, Last Dance, fresh fish.
Hey,
All right,
take care,
guys.
David.
Yeah, always good seeing you guys.
See
Take
you,
care.
buddy. Happy birthday.
Sorry, I'm being a dick. Now. I'm sorry, guys.
It's all right. Irate prostate.
Later, Aphid.
Hey,
Love
y'all.
that guy.
So,
Oh,
Hey.
God, here's
What
that.
up?
There he is. What's up?
Still drinking
Man.
the
I talk like you. You know that.
that Coke's lasted 3 weeks now.
Well,
Well, you know, it's funny you should ask that.
all the Coke in the world was made in the 1960s, and it's just been slowly being depleted over the years.
I wish I were back. I was alive back then when Coke actually had cocaine in it.
All
That
right,
would have been
I'll be
fun
right
time.
back.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
yeah, that was about 1900. I think they got rid of that.
They
But
phased it out in the 20s, yeah.
I'm,
Late
uh,
20s, 30s.
Right now, I'm looking at a photo of a product called One Night cough syrup. Here are the ingredients: alcohol, 4 1/4 milligrams;
Mm.
cannabis indica, FE, whatever that means,
Mm,
4.5 milligrams;
mm.
chloroform, 2 1/5 milligrams;
Yeah.
morphine, 1/8 of a gram.
Holy crap!
Now that's when you could get cough syrup.
That's not cough
Yeah.
syrup. That's night juice.
Dude.
Night juice.
Now, that's good. That's a good.
I love
that's a
that.
good
That's great.
yeah, cannabis indica. Interesting that they would put that in there. And
Mhm.
Jesus, just
I put a link to that.
I think the joint version of that was called a what do they call it now? On Get Him to the Greek. Did anyone ever watch that with what's his name? The film called Get Him to the Greek.
Yeah. I know of
the
it.
roller doobie. I forget what they call it now. It's got like coke in it, heroin, crack, all the drugs.
Oh man. When I used to be a raver, we called stuff like that hippie flipping.
back when I worked as a valet in the city, the brothers had that. They would call it a woolly. They would roll a blunt with crack broken up in a real fine little powder. They call it a woolly. That was how they
A
got
woolly.
real
Bully bully.
Yeah. Or woolly rat. I don't really know what that. I thought they were saying woolly. I was like, yeah, woolly, right on, man. Woo, yeah. And then I figured out over time, one of them told me what they was talking about. I'm like, holy shit, you guys are smoking crack and weed at the same
At
time?
work, yeah.
Yeah, glad I didn't
Yeah.
join in.
I'm good with that. In fact, I switched over to these oils recently again. I'm back to the oil.
Ingesting or smoking?
No, just vaping.
Vaping.
Right, the vape, yeah.
You get them from a reputable business, right? You don't want none
No,
of that
but I
vitamin
tell myself
acetate.
these boxes are legit. It's legit this time. It's got to be.
Oh, you don't get those black market ones, do you?
I do. I know.
Oh,
I just
no,
started
you
again.
got-
I know.
That's
I know
dangerous,
vapes.
don't they?
I know vapes. I know.
Could
I'm
have
trying to
vitamin
quit,
E.
actually, I gotta be honest. I'm trying
It's-
to quit.
It's killed so many people, that vitamin E.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, so
Yeah.
That's the whole point of why people, normal nicotine vape.
Yeah.
Why it's getting banned across America because of the vitamin E acetate in THC vapes.
Really?
That started the whole thing.
Yeah, I know. I it's funny because I was smoking them, and then when that all started, I quit and I went back to just like regular weed. And I just recently got back on the vapes again because I figured maybe it's changed.
I
And-
highly implore you to get it from a dispensary.
I
If I
get
could, I would.
I vape flower, dude.
But I live in a state where they have not legalized it yet. Unfortunately,
That's the whole problem, isn't it?
it is. It's
is,
like
man.
why are they allowing? So the stuff I've got, I've been assured by the person I get it from that it is legit. But I have my doubts. I know
The
that.
thing is, they wash it down to make it go further with
Right.
this
Right.
vitamin
You
E
know what's funny?
acetate.
When I first started getting them, they were like dark, real dark, and they were awesome. And I think those were legit. They were like dark colored oil. But these, as you can see, they're kind of light colored. You know.
I wouldn't trust
Like
them.
diluted?
I wouldn't trust them at all. I mean,
I know.
I vape nicotine.
Biscuit, he has no choice. He has no other choice.
I know he doesn't, but he does have a choice. You can
If you
smoke
come down to Maryland, and you can get
safer.
a prescription here.
Well, here's the thing. I'm trying to quit, and actually, these I think have lower THC than what I'm used to because I'm having like withdrawals, and so like I'm thinking I'm just gonna wean myself off with these. So I'm gonna try that.
That's boring. Come on.
You're trying to quit cannabis?
I am.
All right, cool. Good for you.
Yeah.
Perhaps you would like one of these.
Dude, since I was like, I started smoking. I smoked my first time when I was like 25, I think. And I've been smoking pretty much ever since, except for when I was in the Air Force. Little block there. As soon as I got out, I started smoking again.
Hey, do what you
love
want.
it, man. I can't. It's like I got a thing with alcohol. Weed fits. It's perfect for me, right?
Yeah.
Me too.
And it's like, and what I've been doing, I've got a little tabletop device, and I've got a couple of gourds. What are they called? Gourds, and you put the the flour in it, and it vaporizes the flour. And and it's
I have one of those too.
That really works well for me. So
not me.
But I did get a vape of the Delta 8. Have y'all heard about that?
Yeah,
Rocket.
I have. It's made by the people that I bought my vape from. Yeah,
it works.
You talking about the handheld like little thing?
It's Delta 8 THC, not Delta 9. It's legal.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I hear you, but it's not very interesting.
So Biscuit Mate, you think this is gonna kill me, dude? Biscuit, look at this look at this canister. You're telling me that's fake? It's got all these like designs and logos and like
it looks
little
legit.
descriptions on it.
The Drone Tech, they use the actual official canisters and fill them with fake stuff.
Yeah, but
Biscuit,
you know what?
It says right there. It says this is legit. Who are you to argue with?
I know you're right. I know you're right.
Canisters come from China, and they buy them in bulk from the same.
I know. I've seen it with the dank. I know. I've seen it with the dank vapes. I know.
Why don't you just tell them it's nuclear waste, Biscuit? So that'll cure them of it.
All right, back to weed. Back to weed, then.
Lots of people on.
I'm off the vapes again.
Yeah, it's interesting that the species of human beings for so long have had a relationship and been consuming cannabis that they have an endocannabinoid system, which everybody has.
Breaking out the science. All right.
So
Yes,
why is it
I like
that
it.
human beings have been doing this or had a relationship with this plant for so long that their bodies have become regulated to it, that it has this societal aspect where people say, oh, this is something I shouldn't be doing, or in maybe Drone Tech's case, I need to quit. But this is the one thing in life that I think all human beings need. And the only thing that makes it negative is what we are told by the people above us.
It's that reefer madness.
Can I just add that, like, just smoking, like, it builds up. I start coughing. Like I'm coughing.
Yeah,
I just feel like I'm gonna get cancer or something. I'm gonna fucking die before my kids are grown.
It's a lot. Smoking bud is a lot less dangerous than
Steve,
tobacco.
I'm talking about. The movie Reefer Madness, right? You're familiar.
Yeah.
With it.
Oh yeah.
Okay, just checking. I'm trying to make jokes, and nobody's cracking a smile.
No, but I'm just talking about normal health consequences for smoking like weed all the time. Like guys, I gotta tell you, I smoke weed like constantly. Like I love weed. It's just like I love it. And so like I just like not feeling great. And I've been working out and stuff like that, but
yeah,
it can't be good for you to smoke weed all the time. Like you're inhaling when you do a lighter, you're inhaling that gas.
There's impurities in there that are not good. Right.
Yeah.
And terpenes and shit.
I'm worried about that. I don't want to die before my kids are grown. That's basically my worry
legit.
there.
That's legit. My bro, literally my biological bro, is an elite. What do they call those cool guys? all-American athlete in swimming, and in his older age, he has asthma, and it's because of reefer. It's it. It gave him asthma. Friggin' elite athlete has asthma. And it's sort of weird. That happened with. There was another one, John. Damn it, I'm losing my names. But anyway,
God damn it.
Nah. What? Okay, never mind.
I personally never had a good relationship with weed. I tried it many times, but it doesn't react with me well.
There's a John, Indiana University had a swimming dynasty in all of the 1960s, and John, I'm pretty sure it's John Hall Sr. was an elite, Olympic gold medalist, and his son, Junior, was a big reefer smoker who, hell, he had diabetes, though. It wasn't asthma, but I think he had asthma too. Diabetes and asthma, and he was an Olympic gold medalist. So, I mean, that just shows you how few elite athletes are actually attracted to swimming.
John Hall Sr., is he the inventor of the hallmonger?
He is the hallmonger mentor.
I know that guy. His invention was amazing.
I'm playing right along with you here, sir.
Nobody else is laughing, so
I know.
I guess I'll have to. I'll have to return my advance.
I can't apparently I can't read and laugh at the same time because
none of us can, Steve.
It's funny.
Steve have a great stream here. Steve, I'm interested. I'm actually interested in this. You've probably talked about it before. I don't know anything about it, but how did you come to know Hayden and get this stream? I'm just curious about how that came about.
It's a good story, isn't it?
Well, I have been a fan of Live Leak maybe since 2015, 16.
Yeah.
Maybe a little after some of you older school guys. I mean, Drone Tech, I think you're way old school on Live Leak. But I was watching it back then, maybe 14. I'm not sure, but in my unfinished basement, which is now finished, I had a little table set up, and I'd watch them when they were doing live shows on Live Leak for a while. They were getting like thousands of views. It was crazy, man. It was awesome.
Yeah,
and,
I missed the heyday of Live Leak, dude.
Right. Remember then? So Live Leak dropped live streaming, so Hayden couldn't do it there. There was a major pause, and then he came and started doing YouTube, and I was watching all along then. And then they started doing the fucking quarantine pub, the quarantine, the whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know, Hayden. They were doing it almost every fucking night. It was crazy, man. And they didn't want to keep doing it all the time. I don't know. I think they got burned out. Hayden and Graham, they go through cycles. So
yeah,
sometimes they're hot. Sometimes
I understand it totally
negative,
too.
So
yeah, I totally get it. Yeah.
And when the cycle died down of all the excitement, I was like, dude, this Saturday night thing should not end. Everyone's just fucking coming out. We're getting drunk. We're having a bunch of laughs, whatever it is. Sometimes it's boring. Sometimes it's hot. Who cares? And Hayden was like, yeah, that's totally true. So there was one show where he did it on a Thursday, and he said, I'm going to cancel the pubs on Saturday night, but the pubs are going to continue. And the answer has come to me in the form of Smokesteve. And I was like, yes, you fucking accepted it, dude. No fucking way. And the wife was like, holy
That's
shit,
cool.
dude. You're doing it now. And I'm
Cooler
like,
than
oh
me.
my God, he's going to
That's
fucking
for
let me
sure.
do it. Yeah.
Awesome,
So
dude.
the first show I came on, I'm like, well, I was like, the
Challenge.
most awkward human being ever.
Let's just say you've evolved.
What's going to happen?
We all are, Steve. Believe me. Well, many
Luckily
of us are.
for the first few shows, both Graham and Hayden, Ham and Graydon, came on and gave me major support, attracted people, some old school people we don't have anymore. One of which I was chatting with earlier on Twitter. I'd love to have her back. I'll just say she was the red-haired person we love to have. But that's life. Sometimes people come and go. That's how it went. And
that's awesome, man. I'm glad I know now. That's awesome. And I'm glad you had this show because you're the perfect person for it.
He's a good person, good man.
Good
man.
Good bartender.
I agree.
Oh yeah, right. And my wife brings up a good thing here. In the early days, I did some jumping on the trampoline.
You were famous. You had something on LL that was on the trampoline.
No, it was like really early on here in the international prohibition.
Back in the days when I shaved all my facial and hair off.
Right. I was jumping on the tramp.
Eyebrows included.
Yeah. But now this year we have a ghetto swimming pool, like a plastic joint.
That's not ghetto. It's a nice swimming pool. It's an above ground swimming pool.
Maybe I'll do a video from the pool.
I mentioned
majority.
Last dance.
Get creative with it, man.
I didn't mean to ignore
take it to the bathroom with you.
Your calculation of 4,600 gallons a few weeks ago, and I went right ahead and said, 15,000 gallons. Right after you calculated out 4,600, probably looked it up, but still, it was a legit calculation.
Well, I appreciate the acknowledgement. Late,
very late. I know,
incredibly late. I could have died 3 times in the
that
interim.
guy up, that old fucktard.
Right. I'm gonna calculate someone else's pool.
I think somebody's backstage.
No one's backstage.
No one's backstage. Okay.
Well,
In fact, someone just left.
Holy shit!
Fredo.
We lost George.
I just love irate prostates thing there. I love it. Everything about it. I love his little animated GIF. I love the Cthulhu background. I love it all.
I thought it was Cthulhu.
The problem is I'm very open to suggestion.
Drone Tech, man. I'm playing this killer game called The Shore, and it is.
I have it.
Oh my god! Have you started playing it?
I have not. I have this. Look, I have The Shore. I have Shadow over Ismoth, like old school game, and I also have what is it? Another game that's a PS game, but anyway, yeah, I haven't played yet.
Yeah, there's also one called Canarium. Canarium is weird too, man. But yeah, they're both that Shore is like an immersive. If you're a Lovecraft fan, it puts you. It's almost like you're in the story, right?
Yeah, he already knows I'm going to try and steer this conversation towards H.P. Lovecraft.
No, man. After I leave here, I'm going to set up the game and start playing.
I've been playing Horizon Zero Dawn recently, and I've just completed it. But now I'm trying to complete it. Get all the
Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is the other game for
the classic.
Yeah, I have it here like ready to play. I haven't, but I just don't have time because I'm a father of 3 now, and it's like impossible to do anything.
No shit. Well, man, you'll get time.
I will.
Yeah.
In fact, it's funny. I have my game room here, and I have my projector, my screen. And I have a game chair. It's like everything is set. I have the home theater set up. I just need to It's like when I get a free time to game, I always want to play Rust. I don't know if you guys know anything about Rust, but I've been playing it forever, and it's like when I get time to game, I usually play that. But.
Got you.
Yeah, you had a stream going on that young kid game the other night. What's it called? Where you're wandering around like the fucking Predator with the gun and shit.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it might have been Fortnite. It was either Fortnite or Rust.
That's the one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been playing Fortnite. Yeah. So my daughter got a Switch for my dad for Christmas. He wants to be the best grandparent, so we got her Switch. And the only thing I play on that from time to time is Fortnite. So I've been addicted to that now.
Yeah, I came on. I'm like, "Hey, man, what game is that?" And you let out a really loud laugh. You're like, "It's Fortnite." I'm like, "Yeah, I knew that totally, right? Yeah, fucking idea, dude." I'm like,
Dude, I just get on there and I just get on there. Look, I just get on there and I'm like, it's all kids. It's all like kids playing that. Every time I get on, it's like a bunch of kids talking to each other, and I'm like, I'm a cop, you idiots. Let me talk to your mother. Go get your mother. And they're like, I'm not going to get my mom. And I'm like, go get your mother.
right.
Not
I want
a
to talk to her
boomer.
and ask her a bunch of questions. And I want them answered immediately.
Who's your father?
daddy?
Who's daddy?
What
And what
does
did
he
he do?
Put the cookie down.
Oh yeah, I do. They're like, some of the kids are just, they all are just like, there's been one time the kid actually got his mother. She caught on, and I was like, I just rattled off a bunch of our old things. She's like, you're a weirdo.
Yeah, I play that game, Call of Duty Mobile. It's so cheesy, but it's a phone game, whatever.
Oh yeah.
But the first, I started getting pretty good at it and level getting up, and then like I'm doing one of the group games where there's like 100 people, like 25 teams, 4 people for a team, and the kid, everyone on the team's like, put it on live, so we're all like chatting together, and the kid was like at the end. He's like, "Hey, how did you do this?" And I'm like explaining everything. He's like, "Cool, I'm like really good at this game, but I'm going to put this video on because you sound like much older and this is like awesome." I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, all right, cool, thanks, man." So like I'm on some kid's fucking video stream somewhere. I was like giving him lessons for the game. I'm like, "All right, yeah, pick up that gun, load it up, yeah. Aim, fire," and like it was so.
He probably was like, man, this guy sounds old. I've been recording this. This would make a good video.
Yeah, because in the middle he's like, "Hey, how old are you anyways, mister?" And I was like, "Yeah, don't worry about that. We're doing great,
Stop being a pussy and put that dick down.
Yeah, stop being a pussy. Do you want to fuck me?
Put that dick down now.
Who is that? Who's doing that?
That's got to be prostate,
Put
isn't
that
it?
dick down.
That's
me.
me. Prostate.
Dude.
Let off some
Have you got a soundboard there, prostate?
Bennett.
Yeah.
Dude, we should all aspire to be Keanu Reeves.
That's my
Joe
favorite.
Rogan. Joe
I
Rogan.
like you, Sully. That's why I'm going to kill you last.
Mm.
Yeah.
Man.
Let off some steam, Bennett. Right? That's from,
Let off some steam, Bennett.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another good one. I love Commando. Yeah, speaking of Commando, just because you brought it up, the Commando. Like, if we want to talk about movies, which I'm going to do now, but Commando, I think Commando is an amazing fucking movie. And I always tell people, I talk to younger people, and they've never heard of it or seen it, and or Predator or Terminator or any of these movies, which blows my mind always.
Holy shit.
But I always tell them to watch Commando because it's like it's a work of art. It really is. It's like
Is Commando the one where he goes to rescue his daughter?
Yeah, it's like the most gratuitous, like it is like the peak epitome of gratuitous action, but at the same time, it's like almost like a parody movie. I don't know. It's like some
Like
sort
when
of
he's
like
running
weird
through that
balance
garden
between
with
that.
a machine gun and it never ends out of ammo.
Yeah,
His daughter, first of all, is played by, don't mention it, Drone Tech, anyone
Alyssa
else?
Milano. Yeah.
Oh, he did mention it.
Oh, was I not supposed to do that? I'm sorry. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I knew you knew. But
Over the top, man.
it was a great movie. He's fucking gigantic in that movie. His traps are up past his ears. His shoulders like down from up here. He's fucking
Oh yeah, dude,
huge.
he's peak Arnold.
Huge.
Yeah.
And
He throws he throws a radial saw blade into a dude.
what's the line early on when they take his daughter away, and he's got like probably a mid-80s M16, and the guy's like, you have two choices here, and obviously this one is better, and his answer is wrong.
Wrong. I use that in my videos all the time. You have to work with us, right? Wrong. I always use that in my videos, and I always cut it short of the gunshot. I always want to keep it in there so bad, but I know if I do that, it's probably bad. But I always, it's funny when I'm doing my videos and I use that. I always leave the gunshot in, and then I always end up taking it out.
Right. But it is strange how they like seemingly prepped the room for this like girl who was going to be trapped, and they like covered the windows, they boarded them over, then they fixed the lock so she couldn't get out. Like, why didn't they just make a jail cell for the girl? Like, why didn't
and then she like because she like works the wood out. That's why, because she works the wood out with like a screwdriver or something.
Stupidest thing, man.
Yeah.
No
That
suspension.
wouldn't make a good plot point for a movie, though, would it, Steve?
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, in the
Remember when I
basement-
told you I would kill you last? I lied.
Right. And how about the scene from Predator when the Indian guy throws his rifle down and he's going to go fight the Predator with his knife? Why did he do that? Was he fucking
He's like,
crazy? Yeah. I mean, save
we're
the
all gonna
gun.
die.
Hide in the bushes and shoot the thing in the face. I mean, what the fuck?
Here, when I was a kid, I used to watch that movie like every day in the summer when I was a kid, and I always assumed that his point was to like instigate a fight, and he was like ready to go. He's like, I'm gonna fuck you up, dude. But then like he just got killed immediately. Like he thought he was gonna do something, and then he just got killed.
Yeah, the dude was like 260 pounds. And the fucking Predator sticks the sword, and you see it from above. I think the Predator lifts him up off the ground. It was
He's just like,
effort.
yeah.
And he
I-
needs
I-
someone
that always makes me laugh in movies where they're like, "I'll hold them back. I'll give you some time," and like the thing that's coming from him just rips straight through him, makes no effort.
Yeah, same thing. The
Just a
same thing
waste.
happens. The same thing happens in Predator 2 with King Louis. He's in the alley with the Predator, and he's like, and he's like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna fuck you up, and he just gets his head cut off. And it's
Yeah.
like, oh nope, never mind, you're dead.
But what the Indians were great at with their battle and their war tactics were to attack unseen, and he just goes right at him with the stupid long double, like triple length, like K-bar, like almost like a
It's like a
Marine
machete,
knife,
I think.
but
It was a
it-
machete.
I know, but it didn't make any sense. It wasn't even a sword. It was like a really long knife. It was a strange. Maybe it was a machete, but
Yeah, it was just supposed to be some sort of like badass, like because he said early on, he's like, we're all gonna die. Like he knew they were gonna die. He knew they had no chance, so that was like his warrior.
well,
out.
if that's your attitude, then probably going to happen.
And Arnold's like, fuck you, I'm going to kill this motherfucker.
No, Arnold was like, I'll wait for all of you to systematically get killed slowly.
I'm going to learn about him as you all die.
You are one. What does he say? You're one ugly.
You're one ugly motherfucker.
Terrible, but great.
Yeah,
movies.
it's great. Like Arnold delivers these lines that would be completely like unthinkable from anybody else, but from Arnold, it works.
Yeah. First line in Terminator. Give me your clothes. I
Yeah,
think
like-
he says. Oh no!
Yeah, I
It's
wonder-
actually nice.
Give me your
night
clothes
for
and your motorcycle.
Yeah,
nice
he's like,
night-
give me your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle.
the punk says to him, "Nice night for a walk."
Nice
he
night
says-
for a walk.
Exactly.
I say that to my wife, dude, all the time. I'm like, nice night for a walk. Smokesteve, you don't have any idea, dude. I'm like obsessed with Arnold, man.
That's a good line.
Yeah,
In
nice
the
night
very
for a walk.
first film,
Here's the thing. I wanted to like just throw out there before you can say it. But like I wonder, like, did the writers like write phrases for him that would accentuate his accent? Like I just feel like it was all genius. Like because his quotes are just like so memorable and the way he says them are just I love it. I don't know.
I think the writers probably just gave him simple lines that knew he could pronounce.
all right,
You may
here's
be
the-
right there.
all right,
But why
wait,
did they
all right.
stick? Why did they stick so?
Because his delivery.
Yeah.
I think. All right. So if you watch,
Like Smokesteve said, nice night for a walk. He's fucking dead on with that, man. Like that's a perfect one.
That's a good line.
That is. It's so like, it's so classic Arnold. Sorry,
He's
go ahead.
naked, and I think one of the guys is a famous actor who's in the group.
yes,
of
Bill
punks.
Paxton. I think if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken.
Yeah, Bill Paxton,
Yes,
exactly.
Bill
Yep.
Paxton.
Bill
yeah.
Paxton. Bill Paxton, who was killed by the Terminator, the Predator, and the Alien.
Yeah.
The Xenomorph. I'm sorry.
Yep.
And was he also the guy in Big Love, or was that Bill Pope?
Yeah, that was
in
him.
what?
Big Love.
In what? Big Love. I don't know that movie.
I
love Bill. I can also do Bill Paxton impersonations. By the way,
fucking.
we're some real pretty shit now, man. Game over, man. Game over.
Put her in charge, man.
Why don't you put her in charge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Classic shit. You know, he wrote and directed that movie. What's it called? Frailty.
Oh yeah, it's a great movie. It's a great movie.
Fucking great film, man. Really
highly
good
recommended.
movie.
Yeah,
yeah. You know, it's one of those that gets under the radar. A lot of people, if you like horror or Twilight Zone-y kind of shit, that's a great film.
Not familiar, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've seen Frailty.
It's got Matthew McConaughey, Bill Paxton, and
those things are gonna come in here. They're gonna come in here. They're gonna kill us.
Yeah, well, supposedly you don't know, but the dad goes around killing people because when he touches them, he sees their sins, right? And it's like this kid's got a crazy dad, and the movie just gets better and better. It gets deeper and deeper, and then it's really just well done. And Paxton should be proud of that shit. And it sucks that he died from the same fucking thing that I had an aortic aneurysm and a valve replacement. I had the same surgery he did, and he lived and I didn't. So,
right. Yeah. No, you lived and he didn't.
Right.
Yeah, that sucks, man. Bill Paxton was amazing. He did everything he's in. He's amazing. Like Bill Paxton was. He's underrated. He's way underrated for sure. Like
it just goes to show, man. Skinny guy, seemingly in good health, and he's fucking gone. You just never know, man. It's fucking crazy. Life is so fleeting.
It is. It really is. That's what worries me. Like having now, like I've mentioned a couple times now, several kids. It really. That's like my number one worry now is like that the things that I do are going to lead to my early end and then they're not going to have a father. That's like my biggest fear.
Nah, don't fear about it.
Don't fear the right.
My biggest worry.
I don't care about me. I care about like them.
You'll live another 40 to 50 years at least.
If I get any sickness and have to go to the hospital, my biggest worry is that I'm a single father and my daughter's I don't know what would happen if I ended up being dragged to hospital for any reason.
That's pretty scary.
That's a massive worry on my mind every day.
Yeah. Get that gastric bypass, sir.
I'm going to.
With those things running around, you can count me out.
As soon as I'm able to go to the hospital and do it, it's going to get done.
I'm sorry that the COVID got you, delayed. That's not good.
Yeah.
But even then, if anything happened, single parents, what do they do with children that go to hospital?
I'm here.
Okay, you look zoned. I know the feeling, sir.
You guys should be asleep. I'm the one that's up at what time is it now?
Yeah, what is it? 9, 10.
Yeah, but you're young.
11, 12.
You're a young man, Biscuit.
To be fair, I've only been up 2 hours, so no, 4 hours. Sorry.
No.
What is like 2 a.m. there?
You mentioned
that something like that
earlier.
Cypher and
I've been asleep all day.
What?
I was up,
blood, I tell you.
Yeah.
I was only up for about 2 hours today for my dinner.
Take my Geritol and change my diapers.
That's
and I'm good to
right. That's right. Wear those Depends and you're good.
Had some Kentucky Fried Chicken for dinner.
I remaining mighty silent about this issue. I'm telling you, I don't know about him. and his avatar looks at us.
All right, what were y'all just saying? I was distracted.
You were distracted. Yeah, that's what you get when she's on your dick. Oh, never mind.
No, not yet. Dude,
don't make another editing moment. for
I
us.
know it's an awkward moment. Just another one.
Dude.
Silence. And Steve blows a nice smoke.
I'm back here.
He's back. Where's my little girl? He's back.
What do we got?
Yeah, a little Aerosmith.
Silliness.
Yeah, Aerosmith is good. Favorite Aerosmith song, unknown maybe, or slightly unknown, is "Toys in the Attic."
That's a good song.
I like it because it's that hyper fast beat.
Nobody's fault, dude. That's a kill. That's a ripper, dude.
Nobody's fault.
That's a good song.
Yeah, it's on Rocks. Rocks is a good album too, man.
Yeah, Aerosmith, talented, but I think that Joe Perry's later guitar solos all sounded the same.
As the British would signal.
That's one thing I've never actually looked into is Aerosmith's lesser known songs. I've only listened to his chart songs.
Right.
I don't want to miss a thing for starters. Probably the only one I remember.
Yeah, that's the stuff that they did after they got clean in the 90s.
All right, I'm going to make a statement here about best American rock band. Now, there's only two questions in my opinion, but I'm going to say the best one is the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I've seen them twice.
Best
They're
ever.
great. They're a great live band.
Second best and very close is probably Aerosmith. I mean,
that's the Eagles, man. It's the Eagles.
I was thinking the Eagles, but I wouldn't. It depends on what kind of music you like, right?
Hotel
California.
I love the Eagles.
Right there with Aerosmith is the Eagles. I'll give you that.
Ramones.
Okay. Well, thank you, sir.
I was thinking the Ramones.
May I have another?
Ramones is a specialized format, and they've been going since the early 80s.
Guns N' Roses American.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they had a major gap in the middle. They were gone for the whole late 90s, 2000s, and they came back. And, I don't know. I think it might be the R8CP, man.
You think they only really had a good album with Appetite of Destruction?
No, I liked GNR Lies, and I very much liked Use Your Illusion 1 and 2.
Yeah, better than the ADHD.
But,
Yeah, I'm an Appetite guy myself.
Appetite was the bomb.
Yeah, indeed. Dude. I'm on the night train.
Night Train's a great tune.
You're toasted,
I like November Rain.
I hit the bullseye every night.
Yeah, man. Okay. Well,
Yeah, Night Train was about...
Got to do it sometimes.
I'll tell you, a great band was the Smithereens, man, from New Jersey.
Yeah, I know the Smithereens.
Yeah, dude.
And Nell
Pantera's good, yeah.
Pantera, unbelievable, but they ended too quickly, man.
Yeah, man. Dimebag got capped.
One of the great losses to modern rock and roll music.
Chris Cornell, man.
You had a whole big deal about that, Steve, didn't you?
Fucking Soundgarden was great.
Over all that whole
Alice in Chains.
Yeah.
Oh, damn,
I remember that. You remember that Last Dance? When he did that?
No,
Yeah, he delineated the entire episode, if I remember.
Black Sabbath. No, that's British, isn't it? Black Sabbath.
Oh, they're British, bro.
They're British.
Damn it.
Very British.
Black Oak, Arkansas was.
Yo, Jim Dandy.
Ozzy Osbourne, Tony Iommi, Bill Ward, and Geezer Butler, all 100% UK.
Months ago, I was getting ready to say years ago. Months ago, you asked everybody to talk about best bands, and there are so many.
I was just going to say that there's so many important bands. Like, what about we forget about Leonard Skinner? Well, people might not like that music.
I love Skinner.
I love Leonard Skinner, and they
Is
were.
he really a band though, Leonard Skinner?
It's not a he, it's a band.
Okay.
Leonard Skinner was like their gym teacher,
Skinner
and it
was
was
great.
in the class of the 70s.
Is
where
Alice Cooper a band as well then, or is that?
That's a person.
That's a person. Well, I don't know all these things.
But yeah. What are some other names of people that aren't actual people? Let's see here. There was
Who aren't people?
well, Leonard Skinner. There was no one in the band named Leonard Skinner. Jethro Tull. There was no one named Jethro Tull in the band Jethro Tull.
Yeah, it was a thing in the 70s. You know.
Yeah, there's a few more, man.
Yeah, Uriah Heep.
Uriah Heep.
Yeah, that was a great man. They're a good band, man.
Yeah,
Demons and Wizards. That's a good album. Yeah, some of their stuff. Yeah, it's interesting because of the influence of like Emerson, Lake and Palmer, and when art rock, you know, and or what they call prog rock now entered the picture. You know, it was there was a lot of people that weren't proggy that were trying to be prog, right? And I think that they may have been one of them. Because, you know, it's like if I listen to it now, like ELP still stands up because it's a fusion of rock, jazz, and you know, and rock, jazz, and blues. You know, whereas some of these other bands, you can tell them that they're repeating, you know, like phrases over and over again, just, you know, doing different orchestration, and it's just I don't know. It seems like that the good art is separating itself, right? Especially with the prog rock stuff. But yeah, you're right. He was a good band.
Let's all say hi to Liazel.
Hi, Liazel.
Liazel.
7, if that's her. She looks looks pretty cute.
Hi, Liazel.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a picture of her. It looks a
But
picture
don't
of some
forget-
sort of.
I could have that avatar too, and it wouldn't really reflect me.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah. There she is.
There's one way to prove it, Liazel.
Hold on, I'm going to be right
Come
back.
on, Lazo. Come
All right, go
on,
ahead.
dine with us.
Go grab another Coke, Irate. Drown Tech's out. That's cool. We're chilling here. We're past 9, so I don't know. Am I good?
You know, I saw that your wife, Smokesteve, said that she had some mothering to do. You know, in a good way. You know, about a half hour ago.
Let's
that happening. Good
no,
thing.
Sometimes it's better not to ask, so I'll just let it go.
I hear that. I understand perfectly. Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Just let it roll. Let it ride. What do we got here? Picking Gaz.
Yes.
Let's
how dare somebody that classes me 5-1 come on this stream?
Yeah, he's right though. Zeppelin did nicked, I think means stole, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so like if you go back and trace their early albums to old blues songs, they definitely put a modern rock and roll tempo to them, but they took a lot of blues. And that's just a simple fact, but it was legal to do back then. The Beastie Boys did it with Paul's Boutique all the way up until whenever they did that, they jacked a bunch of tunes. So,
how much of Simon and Garfunkel's catalog is old English folk songs that have been reworked? You know,
Well, Sound of Silence has just come out. Well, not just, but recently been redone by. Come on, get out! You all know what I'm on about.
Aryan time, you know.
Thanks, wife. I'm all set. Got that.
Smokesteve, wife doesn't want to debate me.
No, she's she's telling me I don't have to go up and read books because sometimes the kid accepts a book from the wife. On certain occasions.
How many kids do you have?
I
What's
can
that?
teach her about
many kids do you have?
organizational behavior.
One. Uno.
Uno? You plan on having more?
Or management.
No,
or,
that ship has sailed, bro.
business and society.
Yeah, speaking of that, did you have the operation or?
No, hell no.
Okay.
I did not.
No
one's asking you.
I'm wondering how many of you guys, because I think I'm gonna have to do that because
What's that?
I don't want any more kids. I'm
Sex
done.
Oh, that operation.
No, sex change, don't check.
I'm not comfortable with this discussion on this sausage festival.
It's scary, man. I don't want to do that shit.
Wait, you're telling me you won't get the fucking vaccine, but you're willing to get snipped?
I mean,
If I can bang like
done
free,
with,
sure.
I'm done with having more kids. I've got one, but I'm only 34, so I don't
you're
think I'm
not
quite
done.
ready for that yet.
Don't even say you're done. You don't know that you're done.
I don't know what I'm going to be like in the next 6 years.
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe I'll be able to use it once I've lost all my weight. I'll be able to use another child thing for a really sexy lady.
What is this you're talking about? What is this it that you're talking about?
I'm betting on you, Biscuit.
Are you trying to lose weight, Biscuit?
You've got our support.
Well, yeah, I was booked for surgery before COVID happened for the gastric bypass.
Okay.
And it fucked it all up. And I've actually put a little bit of extra weight on being stuck in the house all the time.
Biscuit. Well, once you get that done and you start like going down, dude, you should start just like running and jogging. It's the best way to lose weight.
Make sure
I did actually get from. At one point, I was 28 stone, and I'd got all the way down to 17 stone.
What kind of blood pressure?
I was at the gym like 4 or 5 times a week. I was using cross trainers and weight.
What kind of blood pressure? What kind of blood pressure medication do you take?
I don't have high blood pressure.
I recommend.
Oh, come on! You weigh. I mean, in American terms, you weigh somewhere around 500 pounds. Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm 34
300.
Your heart's not meant to pump blood for 500 plus pounds.
476. Yeah.
Biscuit babes? Are you seriously that big, dude?
Yeah.
Holy shit, bro.
And we don't
mess with him.
You know,
yeah, you gotta. I'm glad you're doing something about that, buddy. I'm glad you are.
Guy,
the thing is, I can't even walk to the bottom of the garden without getting excruciating back pain. So.
I weigh Actually, I'm pretty light nowadays. Relative, I was at roughly 270. I'm roughly now at 240, and I'm still taking 40 milligrams of lisinopril 2 times.
Well,
a day.
I get checked out every 6 months at doctors for blood pressure, and it's always been fine.
Okay, enough of this biological stuff. I'm done.
Definitely start walking or jogging or running or something, dude. I went from
I mean, at the moment,
I went from 250 down to like 170 just from running every day.
At the moment, I do electrically assisted cycling, which is pretty much all I can do at the moment. But obviously, I'll be working
you're
up
electrically
more.
assisted cycling. You're doing better than I'm doing.
Yeah, dude, that's great, man. Keep doing that. Just do it daily. It's just like YouTube.
I do.
I know you're.
I mean, in the last 9 months, I've done just over 200 miles.
What?
It's not just like YouTube. I haven't lost any weight watching YouTube.
over the last 9 months, obviously I've been stuck in a lot, but I've done just.
I do worry about my
distance pedometer says I've done 200 miles.
Yeah, well, just keep yourself moving, and
I do.
Seriously, I don't know how hard it is for you in Great Britain to get, your general practitioner medical appointments, but you ought to be on blood pressure medication. There's no doubt.
There's no blood pressure. You only need it if there's a problem with your blood pressure, but I don't have blood pressure problems.
How can you not have blood pressure?
Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it.
I've got a good heart.
Well,
I'll shut my power hole. I'll just
Do I have
to
to
probably move on?
What I do have,
bad for even bringing it up. I should.
What I do have is water retention in the lower halves of my legs.
Right.
A ballooned.
Oh, don't balloon. Stop it.
It's got a demo.
Stop
it's
it.
It's called a demo.
Yeah.
Yes, it is an edema.
We all have them.
I've had so many.
Not a demon, an edema.
Smokesteve. What I was trying to think of a week ago or 2 weeks ago was telehealth. The Smokesteve telehealth hour. That's what I was trying to think of. Telehealth hour. Telehealth. Smokesteve telehealth show.
Is it my turn to talk about
Damn it, y'all! I gotta go, man. My sister keeps calling me.
Yes,
I'm sorry, y'all.
How is your
You're good.
How's that thing
Later,
inside your butt doing? that what's it called? Last
buddy.
name? The
Prostate.
prostate. Yes, you had the surgery on it. Yes, we remember these things, you know.
I really don't think anybody wants to know about that.
No, we don't want to know about it, but we remember.
But now that you've asked, no.
Yes, yes,
I'm
and
doing-
drone
gradually
tech
doing better.
flees the scene.
Gradually doing better.
Good.
Good to
Yeah.
see Prostate. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is. I'd like to see his face. He says he's a burn victim. I always worry about people who you've never seen, but I've checked him out at great length, and I don't think that it's a she, faking being a he, or any other kind of liberal faking being a conservative. But
Well, what would I care
when
if he
you
was?
never see a person's face, they can be anybody on the internet. Never doubt that. But
They can't be a
I
dog.
used to be Busy Bone on the internet.
a busy bone. Well,
I used to be Busy
I-
Bone on
I
AOL
like for my
chat
bone
rooms.
to be busy, but it's not.
He runs
You and
his
me
own.
both, Cypher.
You had to take it, didn't you?
Irate runs his own channel, and he's also a decent part of
Right.
Drone Tech's channel, and he's bouncing around under that.
He's a good guy.
Right.
He seems like it anyway.
It would be quite a stretch for me to think he
Right.
was faking it.
Right. I don't know why I got.
I never heard that. I never
about
heard that he was a
that.
burn victim.
Yeah, that's.
So
what-
he said that himself.
Yeah, he has said that himself. Yeah, that's what.
I've
I'll have to. Go with
asked him
that.
to go on video before many times on my streams, and he never has. But I don't think I've ever heard him say he was a burn victim.
No, I think
We've
the
heard
line
him.
was
We've heard him
more.
say that on the Steve channel.
The
Yeah.
line was
Okay.
more like, "Listen, guys, you don't want to see me. I look like a burn victim. Trust me,
Right.
my voice is
Right.
all you need."
Right.
Like,
Really?
he's just-
I've known some people, in my past who were mercury poisoning.
But I don't care.
Victims. Yeah, I mean, none of us do. I mean, and so
I,
that's
it's
what,
not
is
like
odd.
that's what has me.
I don't think Steve
literally,
shows us for
if
our
not
looks.
figurative scratching my head
Yeah.
about why he won't come on camera. Because
That could be actually
he
a
does
good
look
thing.
A great.
That
dude.
could be a good thing if you're trying to build a channel.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, with the way that
I would
the
look at it that way.
I mean, it doesn't hurt Deadpool, does it, to look like a dried up ball bag?
Right.
Some of
Exactly.
the biggest anonymous people on the internet are douchebags, so
Well, you would
might
think
have to
that
be anonymous
if you're
to combat them. you know.
yeah, like you would think if you were trying to build a channel, you would if you had something that could set you apart, maybe, or maybe even gain sympathy. That could be it. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe he's just really self-conscious about it. Maybe we should talk to him about it. See if we can get him to come on and be like, dude, we don't
You
care.
who know him well could do that, but I don't know.
Yeah,
him
maybe
well.
we will.
he is a good
You
dude.
do, yeah.
Yeah, he's a good dude for sure. I have not had zero problems with that guy.
No.
Yeah.
He is a good dude.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know the theory behind that. It is an interesting question.
Yeah. I'm seeing the sidebar, and there are supporters over there too. That's
He's a
good.
good dude.
That's good. He does seem to be good. I agree. Just bringing it up.
Oh wow,
Sorry.
even Drone Tech.
What?
Yeah.
Should I bring up another controversial topic? I got lots.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, like pretty much our controversial person left. David Lip's the only one, really.
No, bring it up. I'll
debate
I'll
you.
take the reins.
To do it.
I'd say I'm controversial, but I'm
It'll
not
be
very
fun.
good at arguing my point.
That's
I don't have any-
You're very good.
It's like with me, when I argue my point, it's like I know there's no God. It's that kind of that's where I'm arguing.
That's how it started.
That's what I mean. I can't argue my point because I don't have the information.
Right.
From an earlier conversation,
cosmic mojo
let me
man.
ask you, Drone Tech, do you know Conan's God?
Conan's God?
Yeah, when
Crom?
Crom! He got it. Damn, this guy did.
Of course I did. Are you serious? That's an easy one.
The rest of us will just leave now.
I'll be right back.
Oh, he did leave. I think that was the call of nature that Cypher's answering.
All right.
Or,
so
or no, hold on. Not just Crom, but hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I got to get out of this voice channel.
those all the episodes when
He's like, hold on.
something would
I'm sorry.
happen where it was a slightly mysterioso in the movie. He would always attribute it to, you know.
Yeah, he was like, man, I can't remember the whole
Crom
speech
down?
now. I thought I could remember, but he's like, then if you don't agree with me, to the hell with you. He's talking about Crom. He's like, well, Crom, if you don't agree, to the hell with you.
How about when the Asian guy who worships a different god is like, well, my god flies above your god who exists on the land. And then Arnold's all perplexed. He's like,
dude, speaking of the Conan movies, I don't know if you guys are aware. Did you guys know that the Conan books are from like the early 1900s? There's like Conan stories.
I can believe that.
Yeah, I can believe it.
And they actually inspired H.P. Lovecraft was a fan of them, and they inspired his writings.
Interesting.
Did not know.
Yeah, like and I've been meaning to go back and read those because I listened to this podcast. It's the H.P. Lovecraft literary podcast. If you want to look into it, it's really good. But they talk about all of his stories and all the people that like inspired him and all those kind of things. So it's really interesting.
So his name is Lovecraft?
Yeah, H.P. Lovecraft. Yeah. So if you're not familiar with him, if you're into horror or sci-fi, pretty much all of it these days is either loosely or overtly based on his.
So when did he release the bonds of this early world? Like how long?
So this guy H.P. Lovecraft was an amazing writer. But at the time he wasn't fully. He was loved. He sold some stories to a couple of different publications that posted something called Weird Fiction, and that's what he wrote. And it really, his stuff wasn't really fully realized until fairly recently. Like, and a lot of his stuff never even got published. But in the 80s,
so when did he die?
He died in the 20s. He died. It sucks too. He just basically died of malnourishment and cancer.
So you're telling me a guy with the name of a famous computer company, the term love.
I think the computer company's probably named after him.
Minecraft in his name is now so famous. Come on. This sounds
Dude, there's so much, like so many movies. There's been lots of attempts to translate his writings into movies that haven't gone so well. There's been a couple good examples. I would say,
is in
everybody knows Cthulhu, and that's because of that I was getting to that. So in the 80s, there was a role playing board game. Call of Cthulhu, that there was a whole universe and it was based on his writings, and that's what started the modern popular love of H.P. Lovecraft. And ever since then, he's just been kind of growing in popularity. There's tons of movies out there. Elijah Wood just started a production company that's making adaptations of his writings. The first one they just did was The Color of Space, that just came out pretty recently. Not one of my favorite stories. It's a good story, and the movie was pretty decent. But yeah, I'm waiting on some of the future ones. They're working on the Dunwich Horror, which is going to be good. And what I really want to see, and if you guys are interested in checking out H.P. Lovecraft, I highly recommend you do. He's awesome. But At the Mountains of Madness is my favorite story, and I'm waiting for it to be translated to a movie. I really hope it would be. It was going to be made into one. I can't remember the guy's name. The guy that did he's a Mexican director. Fuck, I can't remember his name. Mexican. But he was gonna do who? Anyway, he was gonna do it, and I guess he was just like, I don't think we can do it, so he's not gonna do it. But
Benicio del Toro.
Del Toro, yes, he's a big H.P. Lovecraft fan. Yeah, and once you get into H.P. Lovecraft, you start seeing that his influences are fucking everywhere. It's ridiculous, like everywhere.
Most of the dystopian things are Lovecraftian, aren't they?
Well, let me just give you a quick example. My daughter, she loves Scooby Doo. She's been watching all these. We subscribe to one of the channels that got Scooby Doo, and it's got a new series. And like the whole thing is like H.P. Lovecraft stuff. She watches this other random cartoon called I can't remember, but it's got H.P. Lovecraft references in it. It's crazy. It's just like everywhere. In my children's cartoons, there are constant references to H.P. Lovecraft. What is that? It's just nuts.
It's just a good reference, really, isn't it? It's material.
Well, it's interesting because, especially now, you see there's like Lovecraft. You see a lot of like black directors now trying to tackle him, and like, it could be, so H.P. Lovecraft is considered to be a racist. So he's not, but he hasn't been canceled, which is weird, right? A lot of his stories, kind of people interpret it to be like racist, like the monsters he's talking about and the fears he's talking about are anti-black or something. That's not really true. And some of the stories he does describe black people in kind of racist terms and stuff, but in later writings you can see he kind of changes his heart and he's changed. But a lot of people consider him racist and white supremacist and all this kind of stuff. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting that he's spreading so much even now. There's tons of like Spike Lee is doing a Cthulhu Mythos movie right now. Spike Lee is.
Really?
So, yeah. So like it's everywhere. And that's probably why he's doing it, because they consider him racist. But he's not being canceled. And it's because his writing, I just can't impress on you guys enough. It's amazing. And like if you're into like science fiction or horror and just like things that are unimaginable, you got to read it.
Yeah, I like that. I do like that. That's cool.
Is this the time to say a prayer for Dr. Seuss, who is now being canceled?
Yeah.
He was great while he lasted.
Yeah, I mean,
what is the best in life? Crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. Exactly. Sorry, somebody said that in your chat. I had to
that would be Cup of tea. He's the man. He's always there. We love Cup.
Guillermo del Toro's The Shape of Water, won Academy Award in 2018, and that's Lovecraft based.
Yep.
Sure enough.
There's tons of it out there, man. There's not a ton of good stuff though. Is the thing. It's weird. It's like people try to do it and they fail horribly.
Yeah, but I heard that movie sucked balls. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or what?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I watched it.
It was a narrative movie. It was it fit a narrative.
Yeah.
Did you guys like?
They all do, and I feel like they completely misinterpret Lovecraft. A lot of them, like they just don't get it. Lovecraft Country is the best example of that. That's a brand new show. You can look it up. It's on Showtime, I think. It's terrible. It's fucking terrible. They completely miss the point.
You gotta watch the narrative crafting. It gets tiresome after a while. Yeah. It really does. It really does.
Well, they just try to use it to like, it's like, oh, the black people aren't the monsters. White people are the monsters. It's like, but black people weren't the monsters to begin with. You just didn't get it.
Yeah.
Right.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It goes over the top.
Labeling people with a generalization, that's the problem.
Stereotyping. Yeah, stereotyping.
Just when somebody fucks up, they're the problem, that individual person. But beyond them, it doesn't matter what they are. It only matters who they are. You know what I'm saying? Yet there seems to be so much focus on this grouping these days. It's unbelievable, man.
I mean, with the do you remember is it the Oscars where there was being berated that there wasn't enough black people getting awards and whatnot? Was it the Oscars? Yeah. What I don't get is why should more black people get the Oscars? It shouldn't be based on who you are. It should be based on the merit of what you've done.
Right.
So if more white people get it, then who cares? As long as their talent was better than the other person, who cares who won it?
Right.
Yep. I think Hollywood is fairly demented.
You look at innate characteristics. They're well, I don't want to get too much into it. I mean, the studies that I'm doing now, this business of being in a baccalaureate program again, it just leads me into areas where I just want to be quiet, study, produce output for the professors, and let all of the debate wash over me and sort of take it in. But yeah, there are vast numbers of characteristics that have nothing to do with physical characteristics, and it's just something that is part of the culture of a society, and it's big, it's huge. It's not something that can be encapsulated into stereotypes. It just can't be. So the old fat white guy is telling you right now, it ain't so. It just ain't so.
Right.
I'll pat my belly on that fact.
I like your chairs there. I want to get some of those down here in my little man cave for movies.
Lots of leather
Cypher.
around.
I'd absolutely love some sofas like that, but they don't look quite
they look
proportioned for my. They look comfy, but they don't look proportioned.
That's
for my size. The width of the chairs look a bit narrow.
You might have to use a donut seat, but you'd.
No, I'd have to use 1.5 chairs. You'd have to fold that middle one back up.
Actually, it does fold up. It's a love seat / couch. So you'd have.
Well, Biscuit. Hey, Biscuit, I do want to tell you, dude, you can get, if you are like determined to get rid of it, you can do it, man. I'm telling you.
I have done it before. I did get down from 26 or 27 stone to 17 stone. And then I got with my daughter's mum. And I just laid back and piled.
You got to keep it up. Just get it going and keep it up, bro, and you'll get rid of it. I promise you.
Once I get back down to, say, about 25 stone, then I can really pile on the exercise.
Yeah. Do it, man. Please.
I will.
I'll do it, too. I need to do it, too. I'm like 260 pounds or something. I don't even know. 250 pounds.
No, you're not, are you?
Yes, I am. Look at me.
No, you still look small. You've been looking.
Yeah. Well, I'm like 6'1", though, too. So.
Okay, that's why you're tall. I'm about 3 inches shorter than you, and you look. Your height weight ratio looks appropriate.
I need to lose weight though, but yeah, Biscuit, dude, I'm telling you, man. You've done it.
I do.
Same with me. It's like I feel like I'm retreading territory too. It's like fuck, I already lost all this, and now I gotta do it again.
We've all been there. Well, not all.
I was making headway. I actually lost 4 stone before COVID came along, and I just lost it all. All that effort.
Don't use it as an excuse, dude. Get out there and do some walking. It sounds like an excuse,
but when you
get out there and do a walk or walk around your house or your yard or something.
Ooh. Let's say good morning to Scott Living. Hello, Scotland.
From the land of Scots.
Mr.
Good morning,
Scotty.
Scott. I bet you're very proud of yourself. Let me talk to your mother.
Right,
Look at your mother.
Scott's the man.
We're gonna ask her a bunch of questions.
Dude's probably laying in bed. He's like William Wallace over there. It's awesome.
Oh, you know what? Speaking of William Wallace, another movie, if we're going to talk about movies, I just randomly came across this movie the other night that I thought was like creepily relevant to what's going on now. It's called Cornwall. Have you guys ever seen that?
No. I thought you were going to bring up Braveheart then for some reason.
It's kind of a Braveheart movie.
Is it?
Way before Braveheart. Called Cornwall.
Oh, it was before Braveheart. Wow.
Yeah, it was made in 1970, and Cornwall was an English, like an aristocrat, or he was like a congressman basically in their early kind of republics, and then and I can't remember the name of the king at the time, but he basically started a civil war, and Cornwall was trying to he was like this only man who understood the idea of a republic that was representative of the people, and he was trying to institute that during monarchy, right? And they had a parliament, but the king decided to ignore the parliament and do what he wanted, and so a civil war erupted, and
Cromwell?
they beat the king, right? They beat the king, but then the people within the parliament wanted to like let him live, and they were like wanted to like keep him there because they were so afraid of like not having a government that wasn't ruled by a king. And even after they killed the king because of him, because Cornwall was like, you idiots, fucking kill this guy. Even after that, he's like, okay, I'm going to leave y'all. Y'all do your parliament. You got a republic here. I'm going to go for a little bit and take a break. He came back and it was like all fucked up. And he's like, okay, fine. I'm going to be a king, I guess, for a couple years to get this republic going. And then I'm out. So he gets that. He gets a republic going. He never considers himself a king, by the way. He's Lord Protector, I think he calls himself.
Yeah.
And
It sounds
Cromwell.
or something like that.
It's Cromwell. It's Cromwell.
Right. And then he dies.
Yeah.
And then it goes back to fucking monarchy immediately. It's just like this one fucking man was like driving this shit. Like, you people are idiots. I'm going to I'm going to do everything for you. It blew my mind. This guy Cornwell was an amazing motherfucker. Cromwell. Sorry, Cornwell.
What do you think, Biscuit? Cromwell?
Oliver Cromwell, yeah.
It's Cromwell.
This guy was amazing. Just look at what he did. He was like the lone voice, and he was willing to do everything to make it happen.
What do you think, Biscuit? Yes or no? Do you like him?
But Oliver Cromwell?
Yeah, man.
Oh, he's a I'd say he's a respected in today's history.
Yes, I respect him.
He was like George Washington. He should be like, look, he was bigger than George Washington, I would say.
But George Washington.
Listen to me.
George Washington.
You guys don't understand. This guy was like
Oliver Cromwell didn't use electricity with a kite, though, did he?
If it were not for Cromwell, you'd still be fucking Dark Ages. Like, this motherfucker single-handedly dragged you guys out of that.
Oh,
We'd have had somebody.
That's almost fighting words, I'm telling you.
I'm not even joking. He died. Look, he died, and they went right back to monarchy.
Keep that
and
up.
they still are there.
Oliver Cromwell on your ass.
I think we're on the verge of getting rid of the monarchy.
Oh, well, good. Finally.
I think.
Any day now.
If Cromwell were still around, it'd be long gone.
I think when Queen Elizabeth dies, the monarchy is pretty much dead.
I don't know.
Charles is going to kick ass and take names. I get that backwards.
Take names and kick ass.
Yeah. I did
Sorry,
that.
I'm a little drunk, guys.
Nobody's going to listen to Charles. Who's going to think Charles is a chuffing king? No way.
Hey now. Fight.
I'm going to talk more about Cromwell, personally.
I share a birthday with Prince Charles, but I have no respect for the man.
Cromwell?
How much do
Prince Charles.
Fuck Prince Charles. Fuck Charles. Fuck Charles.
Biscuit, what do they spend on the monarchy a year?
Oh, fucking too much. If they stopped paying monarchy, we could have hospitals to rival any hospital in the world.
Are we talking like $500 million, $1 billion?
Oh, no, more, not billions, but millions. Like maybe 100 million.
100 million?
Yeah, too much.
That seems light. I gotta think it's more.
It's only a family of like 30 or so.
Yeah, but that real estate with that tax and the value.
I mean,
you have
for
to pay
for the building's
to
upkeep.
maintain all the property.
For the building's history and upkeep, I can understand. But to keep a family, the royal family going, what's the point?
It's really the royal family is just part of it's like a national asset. So whatever you're paying is going to maintain grounds that are your national asset. Whether you consider it part of the monarchy is not really there, right?
I suppose, but I just don't understand it.
It's not like they're going to take their houses and go away.
No.
Okay, we're done being supportive. We're just going to take Buckingham Palace and go away now.
But would our parliament still be a parliament, or would it work more like a presidency if we got rid of the monarchy? Because we still have to ask the Queen for permission for stuff, don't we?
I'm laughing at a cup of tea. He will be King Charles III, which you should say with an Irish accent.
Well, he's Welsh actually, so Welsh accent would be more proper. He's the Prince of Wales, isn't he?
Oh, Welsh accent, okay. All right. I could say that.
Hi, Mickey.
Oh,
Yes, me lord.
Should have come on, Mickey. We should have seen you on stream.
I think Mickey might be one who has been around these parts before.
Yeah.
And Mickey is more than welcome to come on.
What time do you guys usually go to?
Whenever.
An hour ago usually.
Cool. I'm glad you guys are still going. I like hanging out with you.
Yeah.
We go until
I like
the death.
Last
Good.
week I ended the show, but I didn't actually end the live stream. And I came back about 25 minutes later, and I'm not kidding. I swear to God, I was drunk, but I saw Martin in the queue, like looking around. Yeah. And then I ended it, and I was like, that was Martin. Holy shit. But it was already ended. And as it goes with
Yeah, he had
YouTube,
missed last week's show. Yeah.
yeah, once you click end, that's some bitch.
Yeah, I was around and all I saw was dark, but I was here. But I don't know if I'd logged off or what, but anyway, everything was dark, but it still said that it was live.
I left it live for like
was different.
probably
It was
15, 20 minutes at the end.
Mm-hmm.
But there was nobody there.
Didn't sweat it. Right. Didn't sweat it. One way or the other. It was
I went back
no harm,
on,
no foul.
I went back on YouTube and it said trigger warning live. And I was like, huh, why are they live? And I went back out and I'm like, oh, that's me.
Yeah.
And
It's
shut
bugged.
that off.
It's bugged. I know. I hate that. You have to actually go into the YouTube stream and stop it. Have you noticed that?
Right. It's
Do you have to do that too?
Yeah, it's upper right here for me. It says end broadcast. But I could kick everyone off and then minimize it or exit out, but I'd never hit the end broadcast, and it will still be going, eternally, I guess. Or probably they'd stop it after 24 hours, I imagine.
I would have thought so.
Who knows?
Who knows?
The comments going.
So I have some controversial topics we can talk about if you guys want to.
What was it?
Oh, you do.
We were talking earlier about controversial topics.
Yeah.
So
Let it ride. Go for it.
It's not quite so
I had one earlier. We already talked about we already talked about that one. Keep talking. I'll find it.
It's all right. I mean,
I'm too drunk. I had one lined up. You guys made me forget it.
Did I hear something about drunk?
I already told you I was drunk. Come on. It's only getting worse.
I sobered up. I finished my third can like an hour in, and I'd run out.
Stuff is on my shirt. I'm drunk.
Oh, no.
I need to get it off.
You'll have to whip it in the washing machine, George.
That's right. Whip it in the washing machine. Tomorrow, I'll do it.
That's no good. It needs to go in now, otherwise
I do
it'll
have a
stain.
question for you guys. So I do. I kind of remember what I want to get into. So, we're seeing a lot of these schools. So there's one thing. There's the "it's okay to be white" signs that pop up around, right?
oh,
And
I
those
see
pop
what
up.
it is.
Yeah.
Hold on. So people see those and they're like, "Oh, this is horrible." So then, we have these schools sending out these documents to parents, and we're seeing, if you look, schools all over the country are adopting these new training, anti-racist training programs for their schools, and all this stuff revolves around the idea that white people are inherently racist, and there's all these traits that you can attribute to white people. I'm just wondering, I don't know. Is there anybody out there that actually agrees that these things should happen?
Not out
Do
here.
we agree that this is all
No,
racist?
because it just confuses people more.
Here's the thing: is to me, it's plainly evil and racist, and to me, it's unbelievable that anybody would accept it. Yet it's spreading, and so it's what do we do about this? That's my question.
Well,
I've already donated to an organization is working to oppose that.
just pay your money and forget about it. Last dance.
No.
No, I mean there are
Look,
people working, smart people who are opposing that and working to.
Right. Right. Do you think this could rise to the level of like so in my videos I constantly compare what's going on now to the Salem witch trials. And I compare it to that because during the Salem witch trials the only way that you could save yourself was to admit that you were a witch, and then if they let you live, then you would help them find other witches. And it parallels what's going on now pretty closely. Because the only way you can save yourself from the charge of being a racist, white supremacist, or whatever is to join the struggle, quote, and to help seek out other racist white supremacists. You see what I mean?
There's a big difference between
and you cannot defend yourself from the charge.
revenge.
That's the other
Put it that
thing. No, like the other thing that's very similar is that there's no way for you to defend yourself from the charge. It's just like laid against you and you can't defend yourself.
Yeah, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
Right. So it's just like, isn't it disturbing that this is happening again and people can't see it? And the people that think they're the good guys are clearly the bad guys to anybody who's not an insane person.
I think that movement there will be a substantial backlash to that.
Do you?
And you're right.
So how's that going to happen? Like
already
through which informational?
It'll happen
through
two
which
ways.
Informational? I'm too drunk to talk. So the media is basically controlled by Democrats and the left. So how is this information that they're evil going to get out?
Enough of them will defect on that subject.
Really? Will they?
And have.
I hope so.
One writer, her name is Barry Weiss, was with the New York Times. She's left. And this is one of her things she's very passionate about is opposing this anti-racist agenda in like elementary schools.
Right.
That white people are
really.
evil. And there is an organization.
I don't know about this person. I'm excited to hear about this.
I posted a link in the chat to an organization
awesome.
that's all about organizing to oppose that. And these are smart people who are, some of them are liberal.
Really?
Yeah.
Can you? Where is this link? Where can I find this?
It's I posted it in the chat thing there.
In the chat. Oh, okay. I'm in the wrong. Okay, I gotcha.
I could post it in the other chat. But,
no. I was looking in the one we have here.
But, it's.
I still don't see a link, but I want to get this link.
Well, it's fairforall.org.
Okay. That gives me hope. That's why I want to see it because I need that. I just wonder. I talk to my wife about this stuff every day. I've always been a big history buff, and I've always wondered how Nazi Germany happened. You wonder, it's like, how does this happen?
Good question.
This is going on. You're like, oh, okay. People are just fucking retarded.
It's funny, Drone Tech. This is a little bit of an aside, but there is a UK woman, Sarah Phillimore, who is she's a feminist who's currently in some gigantic food fight with trans right activists. But anyway, she kind of approached this. She said something like, "I wonder how your people want me to shut up, but I say you have to oppose it now, as early as possible. I wonder what Jews thought in Nazi Germany when it was too late to do anything about it." She got massacred for writing that. You're putting down Jews. You're saying your problems are the same as Jews and Nazis.
Right.
No, she didn't say that. She said what she said. She was making a comparison. It's just ridiculous.
Right. It's just like the girl from The Mandalorian.
Right.
Same thing. She pointed out.
Thing.
She pointed out the evil that happened to the Jews and how it correlates to now, and that's what got her canceled.
It's almost the same thing that she said.
I got to tell y'all, I don't want to be like Alex Jones crazy. You should be worried because there's a lot of really worrying signs out there. I tell my wife that all the time. She thinks I'm like she doesn't like me to talk to her because I'm like, babe, this stuff is like not good size. We got to think of something because I can't impress on you all enough that they are dehumanizing large portions of our population in this country, and if you think that it can't happen again, I'm telling you, it can, and it's going to on our current trajectory. It will.
You know, you just have to, you know, not agree to conform to the stereotyping of it, of the whole.
Yeah,
But they will. It's like think of the Salem witch trials. People are going to conform to avoid the charge. You see what I mean? Like,
Oh no,
that's already happening. We're already
it is
seeing
happening.
that. Yeah, we're already seeing that part of it, and it's going to get way worse. It's going to get increasingly worse.
My primary computer's in the shop, and damn it, you know, I have a great reference for you, Drone Tech, but I can't recall the man's last name, and I don't have it anywhere in the references that I need to have it in order to let you have it. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's a tech problem for you. Anyway, if I think of it and I get the guy's name right, I'll put it on the sidebar and I'll tell you about it.
As more left and liberal
This live stream's full of bears.
Writers defect from this coalition, there's like an internecine civil war. So I think all is not lost.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Last Dance is a writer, the writer that I'm talking about that I can't, you know, reach because my computer's in the shop is one of those writers, and he's excellent. He is one of the most acute, you know, intellects that I've run across in the last, you know, 2 to 3 years.
And these writers like Glenn Greenwald and Matt Taibbi, you know, former.
Yeah, I know Matt.
Former, you know, they, you know, probably considered mostly on the left.
Matt Taibbi, you say is conservative?
No, left.
No. Okay, yeah, he's definitely left. Okay,
yeah.
I was confused there for a second.
They're mostly on the left. They're considered on the left, but they are, you know, opposing this this coalition of censorship and anti-racism, and it's kind of all, you know, there are important people that are
I think the biggest problem with it all is that people just can be offended about anything. No matter what you say, somebody's going to get offended about it.
Quick to offend.
Right, but that's by design. Let me tell you something. Tell you guys something. I am the furthest thing from a racist. I don't care about skin color. To me, it's such a superficial thing to like judge people on. I don't do that.
Just saying that has triggered people. I'm just saying I'm not bothered about somebody's color. I am colorblind to your colorness.
Right.
But as you know,
see that as racist.
Right, but that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. No.
As you know, they've redefined what racist means.
They're on purpose. They want to get us to fight each other, guys. I'm telling you, there's some sort of grand plan to do that. I don't know what it is, but it's clear to me that's what we're heading towards.
I think the problem can't go away until the issue is defined, and the issue will never be defined.
It's impossible. They won't let it happen. Yeah. It's like you know that racism is one thing. So what do? They're like, oh, we just got to redefine it. I always point to there's a CNN piece that I did a couple of videos about. They're talking about socialism, and Alyssa Camerata is like, why can't we just rename socialism? Because it's got such baggage. Why can't we just rename it? That's what they've done. That's what this is all about, guys.
To a degree, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like
I don't know if you remember.
It's all about deception.
We used to be, the word used to be liberal, and that became like a pejorative. So they recast themselves as progressives, and now they've
progressive.
Now they've changed the meaning of all these words anyway. So
I mean, being racist used to mean.
How could a progressive ever possibly be wrong? Look at everything they're doing. It's all about heading off dissent. Progressive could never possibly be wrong because it's progress, right? Yeah. So if you're against progress, you're wrong. You can't possibly be anti-racist because you're a racist. You can't possibly be anti-fascist. That makes you fascist. Like, it's all these weird word games that they do. Right. It's true. A pattern that people should recognize, but that's what's scary to me is that way too many people don't see it. And it's so blatant. Like I always talk about, what if a right-wing group started a group called anti-fascists? We're anti-fascists. And thus, you're a fascist. Suddenly, they'd be like, no. You're just saying that because you're saying you're anti. So we're it's like they don't see it. Like they're lacking some element of self-awareness. I don't know what it is, but it's like there's something weird going on with all this shit. It should be obvious to everybody.
Real quick, hey, Stan, can you give me some peace signs? Is that you, Stan? All right, I think you're not going to fuck with me here because you're doing what I asked. So we're going to give him a run.
Stan? Who?
Oh, good.
Stan.
What's up, Stan?
It's the second time I'm doing this because of drone tech.
Stan, you were on my stream last night, dude.
Yes, I know. It's the second
up, buddy?
time. So,
what's up?
Oh boy, I'm good. I'm taking courage again. Oh my
You
god.
say you're drunk?
Nice, buddy. I'm glad you're here, man.
Well, you're in your right place. This is a pub.
Oh yeah, man.
How you doing?
I'm glad to see it. It's so funny because I just saw you last night, so it's cool.
Thank you for verifying, Stan. I have to verify people because the last few times I've let people on, I got porn bombed. So, like, there were people who looked like they were live, and then they're fucking not live, and they just drop a porn video right away.
Yeah, I got full gay ass fucking on my stream. Yeah.
I got similar. Yeah, I had it all.
Did Stan mute himself, or
I didn't. Stan muted himself. Stan's on the game. See,
what's that? Is he repeating?
Wait.
No, I'm just kidding.
All right.
You're muted, Stan.
You're muted, Stan. We can't hear you, buddy.
Guys, I'm going to bail on you. I'm going to take off now.
Laird, last dance. It was fun, dude. Nice meeting you. I met you before, but good night.
All right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now, buddy.
Okay. The thing I have to agree with Drone Tech said and everything. As a black person and everything, I have a lot of white friends who are feeling guilty and don't know how to stand. And they hang out with them.
Oh, muted again, buddy.
For some reason, Stan, your mic keeps muting.
Yeah, that's different.
Are you here?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right. So it's very simple. I tell my friends who are white and everything, if any person basically call you racist, confront them. Because I have friends who are German friends, Italian friends, white friends, and everything. I have different races and everything. I don't believe that in 2021 we're still talking about color. Martin Luther King would be in his grave if he knew what was happening in 2021. I thought it was all about character.
He would.
The whole when I
He'd
come to black
side.
people, when I go to all black people or any kind of race, when I tell them that Martin Luther King never said, he believed in races and everything. He said, I hope it comes to a point that white, black, any color, we look at somebody with the character of the person, not the color of their skin. And Democrats always go back to the color of their skin. Yeah. Every time they color their skin. Drone Tech, you just did a live stream, not even 2 hours, about the black guy, George Floyd, that basically got killed and everything, and everybody's freaking out and said, well, the policeman must have been racist and everything. That's why he got killed. No, he didn't follow the law. It's not every time about racism.
Well, not just that. He was overdosed on fentanyl on top of that.
He was overdosed on fentanyl. He didn't follow the law. He didn't follow the color. And as a black person, I'm telling you, a lot of black people, we are conditioned to always fight with policemen. We are conditioned to always fight against people, and we're conditioned not to comply. I don't know where it comes, that philosophy. Yeah. I don't know who has that philosophy, but I never had it. My parents told me, don't do that shit.
Yeah. That's dumb. Angela Ray on CNN. She's a CNN contributor on CNN Live. You can YouTube this. She said that black people have to fight the police. She said this. Black people have to fight the police because otherwise they die. You think I'm fucking lying? Look it up.
Crazy.
Yeah. And I agree with Drone Tech.
That's what they're telling black people in this country.
That's what they're telling a lot of black people. And I'm telling you, if people don't stand up now and say, it's enough, it's going to be even worse. I think white people, you have to stop with the white guilt. A lot of white people, I don't know where you feel guilty. We're not back in the 1960s. when it was Ku Klux Klan and Senma and dogs were going running. If you want to talk about true racism, talk about the time when black people couldn't even go to the bathroom. Talk about the time we couldn't even go to the races.
Yeah, if there were actually like a Ku Klux Klan like army that rose up, you could definitely fucking count on people like me and millions of other white people to join you in that fight. Like Shapiro always talks about that. He's like, you can show me like a genuine example of racism, I will stand with you. That's the way I am. It's like, I'm with you on that. But this other bullshit that just manufacturing, fuck that. I'm not an idiot. Like,
I feel a lot of people don't. They want fairness, but they want the fairness of the outcome. They don't want the fair. Black people, we wanted to have the equal right to go to the same play the playing field. We didn't want the outcome. The outcome is your own responsibility. You know, if you decide to play a game and everything, you can't say, well, I don't like the rules anymore. We have to play my game. We have to play it the way I want it to be. And I feel a lot of people with the race thing, with black people, don't want to do the hard work. I'm telling you, as a black person, I've tried to help a lot of my friends. I'm a business owner. I have an e-commerce business, affiliate marketing, different ways to make money. And I even came to that and said, look, I know you have problem with money. I know it's not working out. Let me help you. I have the course. I have the stuff that I pay from my own money. Let me give it to you free. Just do the work. If you have any problem, come back to me. You know how 100 friends, 100 people I gave that, you know how many worked at it? One. 90% didn't even work at it. One.
Well, I think I'm going to draw things down for the night, guys.
Why?
No.
Tired?
Too soon?
Just getting ready to, I found the guy I was looking for drone tech. It's Howard Kunstler, and I'm putting in information right now for that person. So that's all. You know, you should see it up on the sidebar. This Kunstler guy is great. So yeah, I mean, just, you know, if he, I don't know if Drone Tech watches the replays on this. It should show up on the StreamYard in a second. Usually StreamYard lags a little bit behind.
Did you say StreamYard?
Yard, no, StreamYard.
Oh yeah,
I might have been drunk enough to stay.
I thought you said StreamYard.
StreamYard. Yep, StreamYard.
StreamYard. Lord.
Where is it?
I like lard.
It should have been there.
Cooking lard.
Where is it? I know I put it in there. Yeah, I put it in on YouTube, and I still don't see it on StreamYard yet. But anyway, that guy, Kunstler, Howard, is just Drone Tech. He still doesn't have his. He's got to put his headphones back on. Thanks for being patient, Smokesteve.
No worries.
Yeah, Drone Tech. The guy's name that I was. Can you hear me, Drone Tech?
I can hear you. Sorry,
Okay,
I'm showing Biscuit Base this. I just wanted to tell me if this looks like a fake to him. This is unopened. This is unopened.
Yeah, it's on the YouTube Drone Tech, but the Kunstler.com, and it's actually his site is called Clusterfuck Nation. So if you look up either Clusterfuck Nation or James Howard Kunstler, Kunstler, you might be really impressed and enjoy what he has to say about current societal issues.
Okay.
So yeah.
Clusterfuck Nation, you said?
Clusterfuck, yeah.
Yeah. And who? What was the other name you gave me? Is it GYRE Widens?
What? No.
Clusterfuck Nation.
Clusterfuck Nation is there. Blog previews of coming attractions. James Howard Kunstler, Kunstler, and I mean, he has some of the most rip-roaring, spot on commentary about what society is.
Oh yeah, I got him here.
Enacting. It's just incredible. So you'll enjoy it, I believe.
Yeah, I'll check him out. Maybe I'll bring him on the channel, actually.
Okay. Yeah, good. I mean, yeah, he's extremely accomplished. I mean, the guy's a cultural icon, apparently. Meaning
Really?
that he creates in various cultural. What's the right word? I don't know. I'm drunk.
Yeah, I know. My mind, same here, man. I'm just like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think, but yeah, I'm with you, man.
But
yeah, that's cool. I got his website here. I'll check him out for sure.
Yeah, I've enjoyed him. He some of his stuff is leftist, but some of it is very critical of the left.
That's fine. Yeah,
extremely critical of the left. Yeah. So, Smokesteve, I appreciate you letting me go ahead and get that point in. And if you're ready to call it, a show, it's your call to make, sir.
Hey, Biscuit Vapes, real quick before you do that, I just wanted to show you this box. What do you think of this, man? You think this is fake?
And
like this is unopened right here. This box.
Yeah, it looks very similar to the Dank Vape boxes, doesn't it?
Stan, I'm sorry you're late to the show. This has been going on for over 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm sorry I came late to the show.
Not a problem.
I heard Drone Tech, and he gave me courage. Like, here we go again. I gotta go to the show.
Yeah, no.
Stan, you should keep. Do you got a Bluetooth too? You're like me, buddy. You're on.
Yeah, I have a Bluetooth
headphones, right? Yeah,
me
too.
Yeah.
We'll do more, man.
You're giving
like
me courage, man. I think I'm gonna open a YouTube channel like you.
You should. You should.
Because I think the black people, I have to get better camera and everything. I'm gonna work on that.
Yes,
but definitely.
You need to put out there that black people have more than monolithic view, which most of us know, but there's a lot of people that don't get that.
Yeah. And I appreciate that every one of you is defending it, because we are not victim as black people. I'm so happy that
you're not.
You're stopping that shit.
Is bad juju. It's bad stuff. Bad business.
I agree. You're in the no victims. Fuck no.
Yeah, because too much. I'm hearing of the victim shit. We have to stop with this, like black, white, whatever color. I'm sick.
You can't. You know what? When I was a kid, I was an angsty teenager. I remember my uncles and my dad telling me that they're like, you're never gonna get ahead if you always see yourself as a victim, and they were fucking right.
Yeah,
it's true. You're never gonna, if you always see yourself as a victim, then you're always going to have a scapegoat or a rationalization or some justification for never taking responsibility for anything. And unfortunately, that's become mainstream. I don't know why, but yeah.
And that's the reason I voted for Trump. I'm sorry. Everybody asked me, why do I vote for him? Because he's a fighter. The number one reason that a lot of conservatives voted for him, policy, to a certain, it's when he fought. When a lot of conservatives turn around and say he's fighting the thing that should have been said to the media a long time ago, that's where a lot of conservatives said, you have my heart. A lot of conservatives love him and everything because they say, yeah, he's not this and that, but he's a fighter. There's one thing that we can't say, he's a fighter. He's not somebody who's going to accept shit of saying, you're racist. And then he comes out and says, how am I racist? Because before Republican, you just say, I'm racist. Oh, please protect me. Oh,
that's true.
Please have pity on me, please. And then we as conservatives, we look at them and say, what the hell are they doing? What the hell is happening?
I have to laugh at StreamYard. It looks like they stopped the because it's KUNT, Kunstler. It looked like they stopped the comment coming on StreamYard because it was Kunstler.
Oh my god!
But anyway,
we're living in the CCP.
Yeah, it came up on YouTube just fine, but
isn't that RoboCop CCP?
Did migrate over to
no.
All right,
you're right. That is CCP, isn't it? You're right. Holy shit!
I'm out of here.
You blew my mind, man. Oh my god. There may be. Oh my god. I'm gonna look into that. I think it is CCP.
Well, I don't know. George just X'd himself out. I think I didn't do that.
My internet crashed twice tonight. It's doing my tits in.
Huh.
Oh.
Well, that's my internet provider for you. I'm using do you know the company Shell that make petrol?
Sure.
Yeah, they're providing my broadband and the crap.
Sons of bitches.
All right, guys. I think
You
I'm
have
gonna call it a
fiber?
night too. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go play some video games.
Well,
I think
go ahead.
I'm gonna play video games too.
All right, we'll call it a night.
been
We'll
fellas.
call it a day.
really-
But thanks, Drone. Thanks, Smoke, and everything. The reason I came just because I wanted to confirm what you said. I'm definitely think I'm going to do a channel. Oh my god, let me
Hey,
get a
you
camera.
should look into
Drone,
Smokesteve's streams. Stan.
Yeah,
He
I'm gonna
does
look.
them
I'm
every
gonna.
week.
I'm gonna add myself in the subscription with him. Drone Tech also, so I'm adding subscription slowly and patiently. Oh, Drone Tech. Just before I go, what camera or any of you?
Your microphone line's gone.
I'm not sure what happened there. Biscuit, we'll see you, buddy.
See you next week. Probably speak to you on Thursday
Night.
chat.
All right, you got
Night,
it,
Steve.
brother.
Thanks, man, for having me, bro. I
All right,
appreciate it.
dude. It's always great. Thank you, man. We'll see you soon.
Yeah, we'll do.
All right, what a great show. It was wonderful to see everybody. Yeah. Hey. Bye. And good night.